I will disable the soundboard in this server or something if we keep spamming it. Or I'll just take away Kane's permissions.
Yeah, take away Kane's permissions.
Why? I'm the one who's... For one, Caleb, you've used it more than me.
No, I haven't.
I haven't touched it.
Technically, I haven't touched it either. I've touched my stream deck. All right, let's begin.
Yeah.
It is early. It is an early midsummer's morning in the town of Ebonshire, and into the town strolls an elderly man, accompanied by Ivar. This is where we're starting.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope you're ready. All right, he strolls gingerly into town, and as he's oh wow, this is not fluid. I was hoping this would be fluid. Wait, how are you so fluid? Okay, you're just dragging him. All right, he strolls into town, and as he walks into town, he turns towards you and reaches out a hand and says, "Thank you, sir, for escorting me." And he clasps your hand in his arm shaking slightly, and he pulls it back to reveal a couple of silver coins. Thank you very much. I don't know what I would have done walking in the forest alone, but the Solstice Festival was very, very important to me, you see? He says this while walking into town. So as he arrives back, he turns to you and says, "Welcome. This is the town square of Ebonshire with the great oak resting in the middle. We are a humble people, but we have much in the way of provisions." Have you said anything back to him yet, or are you just like staring at him?
I was looking. I was just waiting to see if there was anything to ask him.
Well, he gave you money. He's talking to you.
I'm just listening to him. If you could point me in the direction of food, that would be nice.
Of course, sir. Right down there, down this way, behind that cloaked-looking figure, we have the Prancing Pony Inn.
Looks a decent enough spot.
Was that you or Ivar speaking?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hit and miss with voice acting, I won't lie. Looks like a decent enough spot.
Yes, one of our village members, Graham, runs this place. Fine chap he is. Loves his food and his ale. This time, the elder Yoren, you know his name, turns and gives a... Oh, that's not okay. He cocks his head slightly. He cocks his head slightly. Oh, no. Okay, he can't cock his head.
He's a wizard.
He turns towards the cloaked figure of a gif standing behind the inn sign. And he says, "Excuse me, sir. What are you looking for? Is there any way I can help? I am this village's elder."
Yeah, I am. That's
Sorry,
wrong.
1 second. I need to turn you down.
Yeah, and I need to try and get that voice right because that was wrong.
Okay.
Just pretend you have cancer.
I promise I've been
Pretend you've
practicing this,
been
and
smoked.
it normally works.
No, you shouldn't have said that. You should not say you've been practicing if that's the first thing you do.
Well, I'm in town looking for a local farmer by the name of Osric. If you
Osric?
know this man, if you could point me towards where I might find him.
Osric's, he's an odd fellow. He lives on the outskirts of town, down southwest of Riverbend Road. He's a shepherd, mainly, known to do some cropping, but he's a basic farmer. Why?
Well, I've been informed by a contact of mine that he might know something that might help me in an endeavor of mine.
All right, and as this is going on, you notice below you a farmer, or a tattily dressed gentleman with sort of graying black hair in very tattered clothes and a cloak start to approach. He looks very pale and seemingly out of breath as he gets closer. The elder turns back towards you and says, Osric's been in this town for quite a while. I'm not sure what he would have for such a gentleman as you, but yeah, he lives southwest of Riverbend Road. He's got his own place. You'll see the sheep surrounding his house. As this is going on, the farmer walks forwards, and the elder turns back towards Ivar and says, "Oh, that's actually him now. What good fortune!" And as soon as he says that, Osric turns, looks you, Boswell, directly in the eye, before his eyes sort of start to flicker shut, and he collapses into the dirt.
Huh.
It kind of just looks like he's standing on his side now, doesn't it? Hang on, is there any way I can make it look like he's collapsed?
Get rid of his shadow.
There we go. He's collapsed. No, that still just looks like
It's fine. It's fine.
he's collapsed in the dirt. The elder
Well, that-
screams, "Oh, go!"
Well, it's mighty unfortunate. Is he okay? Is he okay? Or does this happen
I'm
often?
just gonna assume he's dead immediately.
No.
Well, that's unfortunate.
People don't normally just collapse in the middle of town.
Yeah, but you'd want to go see if he's okay if you're here to see him. You don't just go, oh, he's dead. Like, what the fuck,
I haven't
Jim?
just written
That's
him
a
off.
bit mean, James. James,
I'm just-
been saying.
I'm just trying to establish whether or not this man faints often.
Yeah, he could.
I'm
be
not
a-
writing him off as dead, but this could be a regular thing.
The elder turns back to you and says, "What? Who faints often like that? He looks so unwell. Ivar, could you take a look?" At this time, out from the bar steps, who you can only assume is barkeep Graham, and he yells out, "What the fuck is going on here?" And his loud exclamation is enough to turn the head of this dapper-looking fellow down below, as well as arouse enough noise that people all around the square are starting to come out of their respective buildings or environments to get a bit of a closer look at what's going on. Walk
gonna
up to
do-
the guy dying in the street.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna do what the old guy has. We wanted me to see if he's okay. And I like make a medicine check to see if he's got a pulse.
Sure. Roll a medicine check for me.
You okay if I roll it on a thingy thing?
You can roll it on here. You can roll it on dice. Anything is fine.
It is a 5.
You sort of shove your wrists. You sort of shove your hand, your fingers on his wrist in any search of a pulse, but you can't find anything. You don't properly know where to look, and you just sort of appear to make a mess of everything. And whilst you're doing that, some of the townsfolk are getting closer, including this elder who is wobbly walking forwards on his cane, and this elderly lady who bends down in front of him and also checks for a pulse.
For a second there, I thought she was gonna collapse and die as well.
This elderly lady...
No, don't make her die now.
No, it's not what I'm doing. Reaches down and reaches for his throat and starts just pushing on it, trying to find a pulse.
Oh wow!
And she can't find any sign of life, and so she exhales a scream. Dad!
You peeked the mic.
I was
Did that
saying
come through at all?
that just cut out.
Did that come through at all?
We could tell what you said, but it cut out
Okay,
with
you
the
can
mic.
tell what I said. She screamed that he's dead. Because she rolled a nat one, baby. Let's go. All right. Orion, you've just been enjoying your morning by the riverside. You've heard all this commotion going on. This is your first morning in the town. What would you like to do? You've walked over.
Hello?
That's you, Kane.
Oh, for some reason I
You're
thought that he was
Orion.
Orion.
Oh
yeah.
my golly.
God.
Sorry, he
we're
moved
off to a
over,
good
so I just
start, yeah.
assumed it was him.
I am Boswell, not
Yeah,
Orion.
sorry.
I will be referring to you by your characters most of the time.
Yeah.
Unless I need to get your attention, like then. Right,
Excuse
you've
me.
walked over. What are you doing?
Excuse me, do you need help? Oh, that just sounds like me.
That was just you, but a little bit faster. The
Excuse-
guy lying in the ground is unconscious, and he doesn't respond. The elderly lady appears to be wailing and screaming.
If you want to check
I'm a
on
healer.
him, I don't think this lady's going to be of any help.
Can I roll a medical check?
You can roll a medicine check. Yep. While you're doing that, the lady is so hysterical
24.
she started spinning. So 24?
Yeah.
What do you? Was that a nat 20 or?
No, that's 18 plus 6.
You got a 6
Yeah.
medicine. Okay.
Yeah, he'll be proficient with
You
it.
expertly reach your hand down towards this gentleman's throat, moving away greasy, stained hair, and put your fingers and find a steady but definitely slow pulse. A definitive sign of life.
This man, he's still alive. We need to get him somewhere for care.
At this point, Yoren goes, Graham, could we put him up in your place? You've got so many rooms in there. And Graham goes, all right, fucking put him in, man. And attempts to lift him. Does anybody want to help lift him?
I
Yeah, I'm
help
gonna-
as well.
I'm going to go
Okay,
for
roll
it
a
as
strength check with advantage because Kane's helping or Orion's helping.
well. I don't know how to do it on this one. I'll just do it on that.
You just click on the plus 2.
I'm
or
not rolling
plus
for the
whatever.
barkeeper because he rolled a 1.
7.
No, you don't roll. What
You
did-
don't
what
roll,
did
you're,
Chase
you're
16.
assisting.
Yeah, you're just assisting. Okay, you between the three of you, you all help to pick up the man and lift him carefully into the tavern, where he gets put in a bed, basically. Up the stairs, you guys go, put him in a bed.
Question, what are the dimensions of the door frame?
You can fit.
Does he have to duck?
Yeah, so I don't like have to hunch down in this building.
you would have to duck to get. You're what, 7 foot something? 8 foot?
8 foot.
You have to duck. It's a human town. You have to duck. You've got to duck to enter. And they put this guy up into a bed. The elderly woman looking over him, trying to like rub off some dirt from his forehead and stuff.
Can I try
Jun-
and see if I
Oh,
can
yep.
see what's wrong?
Sure. Roll an investigation check for me. Is anybody helping, or
Yeah,
I
I'll
roll-
help him.
okay? Roll with advantage. Investigation with advantage.
Okay. $19.
You stare down at the body lying delicately in a bedspread, and you observe a flushed face, sweat dripping down his face, pale skin, and what appears to be a purple coloring to his lips, indicating the sign of poison.
So he seems to be poisoned.
Elder Yoren is up there helping out. Not really helping out so much as standing there on his cane, leaning heavily after the long journey that he has just had. And he stares at you. Did we just ban the same guy at the same time?
Yeah, I unbanned him.
Okay.
So I banned him again.
You unbanned him, then. So he turns to you and says, "Young man, what makes you think that? Why would anybody poison? Why would anybody poison him? He is but a farmer."
I can't be sure for the reason, but if you look around his lips, there seems to have left purple marking, signaling that he's been poisoned.
The old man lets out like a gasp. He like, you know what? He leans over. Oh my lordy lord! He leans over the still body of Osric, and sees the purple staining of his lips, and he lets out a gasp. Look at his fingers. They're also starting to turn blue. We don't seem to have long. Ivar, I'm asking much of you, but do you think you could investigate this? We have no sort of law in this town other than the mayor, but nobody to enforce the law. Could you investigate and see what is going on?
I can. But for a price.
Name your price.
Provisions for the road. That's all I'll need.
At this point, Graham interrupts and says, "You need food and drink? I'll offer you a free place to stay. You figure out this right mess. I'll give you enough food and drink for a fortnight and room and board."
It's a deal.
Alright. At that point, Graham strudges past you and heads downstairs, because this is upstairs, and disappears.
At this point, Boswell might move forward.
You emerge from behind the door frame.
My fine elder there, might I suggest that you keep someone up here with this man? If someone's poisoned him, there's a good chance they might come back if we leave him alone. So if someone's up here, that would reduce the chances that they can get access to him as easily.
The other... continue.
I myself would be willing to help Ivar, was it, here, in investigating this matter, as this intrigues me as well, and may affect my purpose in this town greatly, if something happens to Osric here.
The elder turns towards his wife and gestures with a hand out. My wife, Edith, she used to be a nurse. She'll stay up here and look after him, and I'll stay in the building with Graham and make sure everything's okay. What about you, young sir? As he looks towards the angelic figure of Orion.
Just so you didn't know who Orion was, Ken.
God damn it. I'm never gonna live that down. If they're willing to have me, I'm interested in helping these two.
Sure. Another pair of eyes could be good.
You said you're a healer, yes?
Yes, indeed I am.
You have much experience in poisons?
Not awfully too much, but I can do my best. Can I try healing the guy?
You
Or-
can indeed.
Probably won't work, but I feel like I should. I'm gonna
What are
use
you healing him with?
healing hands.
Where do you have that?
That is from my race.
Oh, is that on the features and traits then?
If you go on all and all, you will see it just under unarmed.
Oh yeah,
strike.
okay, healing hands. 2d4 healing?
Yep.
Alright. There's no real to hit here.
Yeah,
Just
he's
roll.
putting his hands on the man.
You put your
Oh.
hands on the man. Where'd you roll?
4.
Are you rolling on a different site?
Oh, I'm just doing it on D&D Beyond.
That's fine, whatever. You put your hands on the man, and your hands glow slightly with power. And as that glow leaves, the man sort of lets out a gasp, exhaling something that his lungs had picked up. And color starts to come back towards his face, but he still lays there, unconscious. But he certainly looks quite a bit better than what he was.
That should do him for now. We'll have to come back later to see when he's awake.
The elder turns to you and says, I'm not quite sure who would want to do this to him, but he isn't too well liked in this town. A lot of strong opinions and a bit of a loner. As I said earlier to you, Mr. Giff, who has not introduced himself to me, he lives further south on Riverbend Road. That's across the river, and then just follow the path down. Take the first right once the trees start to fade.
Oh, thank you for that. My name is Boswell, by the way.
Thank you, Boswell.
Oh, it's my pleasure. But depending on what this fine gentleman, the information he had to tell me may have something to do with what has happened to him, depending on what he knows and where he got it from.
The elder stares back at him and says, he's been in this town for near 20 years now, and I've never seen anything ruckusy about him. I'm not sure what kind of information he might have. I might recommend asking some of the townsfolk. Doesn't get along with them too well. It could be any number of them seeking to quieten him.
Is there anyone in particular?
Not that I can think of, no. He before he says that, he sort of pauses and thinks about it quite deeply and says that quite lightly.
Can I do an insight check?
All right,
Can I-
roll an insight check.
Yeah. I'm blind. Where is insight? Oh, there it is.
You have a +4.
10.
He seems to be telling the truth, but you're not too certain.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, what would you like to do?
I guess
We'll head down and check out his house first thing.
First thing when? We've only just arrived in the town and it's mid-morning.
No better time to start.
That's the spirit. Thank you very much.
Off my way.
All right, you're heading off. You go downstairs. You give a nod to Graham, who's sitting behind the bar, and you walk out the door.
Just before I follow them, I'm going to turn to the elder. Well, you might want for the time being keep our involvement or investigation in this matter quiet. Less people know, then I suppose less people know to be wary of us and the information that we're looking for. Might help us to find something before they try and conceal things.
The elder turns back to you and says, Why, yes, I think we will do that. We'll look after him up here and make sure not to say a word of this to anybody.
That's wonderful. Hopefully we can come back with some good news, or at least some information to help resolve this matter.
He sort of nods his head towards you and turns his attention back to his wife and the still figure.
Cool. I will follow the other two out.
All right.
Ride you along towards the house.
not gonna talk to each other about what you're doing, who the others are. You're not gonna introduce yourself to each other. You're gonna like describe your character and what you look like to anybody listening.
Uh,
Wink,
I suppose I
wink,
can go
nudge,
first.
nudge.
Yeah. I suppose I'll go first. I am Boswell, a GIF hippo man.
It's actually
Oh,
pronounced
your
Jeff.
voice has changed.
I'm not talking to you.
My God.
But Boswell's about 8 foot. You know, he's built like a hippo, so big, solid. Wears like traveling leathers, basically. You can see he's got a shield on his back, a sword. He's got all sorts of like belts and that you can see clipped onto the leather with, you would assume, things clipped on beneath his cloak. Meh. That's about what you'd get from Boswell at a glance.
Yep.
I guess Ivor at first glance is a sort of dark-haired kind of human gentleman. Big sword strapped to his back and, rather worn leather and a cloak. And he's quite littered with scars and whatnot.
Okay,
Cool.
I assume that's all. I'm a young fella with shoulder-length, unkept hair. I have quite pale skin and piercing blue eyes.
Alright, cool. Walk away. Maybe you're talking to each other in character as you walk.
So, why are you guys here? Come to this village.
Was working
Well,
on
I was here.
You go
Well,
first.
Well, I was here to meet with that fellow that is just befallen this unfortunate circumstance. He's supposed to have some information for me that should help with my investigations and endeavors within this wider region.
Right.
Boswell keeps moving across the bridge,
Well,
talking
yeah,
as
well-
he's walking.
Oh, we're doing the walk and talk, aren't we?
Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah, but you guys stop
apparently
there for a
so.
second. You
I-
can just go across the bridge at one. You don't have to be one at a time here, folks.
So- the best first session is always awkward.
They said the one with the sheep out front, didn't they?
Aye, that's what they said.
As you
Which
walk
one's that?
past,
Which was that one? Oh,
down here.
this
But
one.
as you walk past this building, you hear the clanging of metal, and what appears to be a roaring fire from just a passing glance.
building on fire, or is it a smithy?
No, it's a.
That's a smithing.
Yeah.
The guy standing outside in front of this thing. What do you expect?
You said this building is.
You observe that this appears to be a blacksmith.
You made it sound like he was on fire or something.
No, he wasn't.
Yes,
Anything else of interest around here?
There's one more thing. As you walk past along here, you just hear the sound of gentle humming coming from inside this sort of treed clearing.
Well, fair maiden working in the
Alright.
garden.
This one, here we go. Here we go then.
Oh, here we are.
Here you are. Can you guys move your characters?
Nope.
I'm gonna have to do this
Damn it, I've been
every
super glued.
time. I'm gonna have to do this every time.
Yeah.
Orion. Okay, there we go. You should all be good. Just double check.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, sweet. As you approach, you've wandered down Riverbend track now for quite some time, maybe half a mile. You took the first right after the trees sort of faded away, like the elder instructed. And you walk up a winding dirt path and come to a house atop a hill. And the hill sort of has these stone fences all the way around, with sheep littered all about the hill, with a small-looking cabin. Doesn't look particularly large, but enough to house somebody.
Modest place for a farmer. I put on an accent, god damn it.
Can I check the sheep?
Yeah, he looks a bit dead, doesn't he?
All right, you want to roll an insight check on this sheep?
Yeah.
Actually, not even insight, just perception.
Perception. 24.
That sheep is dead.
Can I check if it's natural or if it's also been poisoned?
Roll an investigation check.
16.
You see on its back left hind leg, blood dripping from what appears to be a bite mark. And then you see towards its throat another larger bite mark and gush. Area where it looks like blood has gushed out from, where a large creature has bitten it in the neck and then dragged it to the floor.
It
So
died
it does not
naturally
seem
as
to
prey.
be poisoned. Yeah.
It is not. It does not look like it has been poisoned. No.
Okay.
He's done a shocking job at looking after his animals.
I mean,
Well-
given the state of the man, what can we expect? Someone has clearly done something.
Knock on the
The
door.
sheep look recent, like it's dead recently.
Roll a perception check.
We'll use the Baldur's Gate dice. Hopefully, this doesn't fail me today.
Hope
That's
it
a good
does.
start. No, that's a 16 on the dice, plus 3, 19.
All right, you can see that the sheep, it looks quite recent. You'd say a day or two at most, but most noticeably, there is no pile of blood underneath where the sheep lays, which you would
Yes.
expect from the wounds observed on its body.
Yeah, so we could say it probably wasn't killed where it is.
Yes, you could deduce that. Yeah.
Okay, I want to try opening this door, see if it's locked or not.
All right, you walk up to the door. How do you try and open it?
Door handle.
You click your hand down on the door handle, and the door creaks. Open.
Oh, so he's left his house unlocked.
It seems to be alive.
Trusting villager farmers. I can't actually open the door because that was in the map, so you guys just gotta walk in.
I was only asking because if it was locked, I was going to break it down.
The door, as you heard when you swung it open, is quite hefty. Judging by that noise, the hinges need some severe oiling.
Does anything seem out of sorts? From just a
As you
quick
enter
glance?
into this sort of cabin on the hill, Osric's home, the first thing you notice is the smell. Roll a perception check.
13.
The smell appears to be coming from discarded socks standing on a stool by the entrance of the door.
Yeah,
Oh,
And you figure that if you get further away from it, you might be able to get rid of the smell.
I'm gonna wander into his room.
he doesn't seem to be much of a hygienic man.
I wandered into this room. He's got a desk full of notes and whatnot. I want to have a quick glance at them.
All right, roll an investigation check.
My investigation is +2. This. It is an 8.
You see sort of notes and ink and pens sprawled out across the desk in no sort of orderly fashion. Nothing stands out to you from the desk.
Is there any like food or something left out that looks like he may have been eating it?
His bowl just is wiped clean with a spoon beside it. Here's an empty pitcher, and you can see a water flask on the table there next to a pail of water. His food over in the storage cupboard that he has all appears okay. Would you like to roll an investigation check? I'm assuming you're asking for the bowl?
Yeah, I want to look into the food and see if I can determine if there's poison or something. See if maybe that was the means of application.
Yep.
Well, it's not great. It's a 9.
The bowl appears to be sort of mopped clean. The spoon a bit dirty. He looks like he left in a bit of a hurry to get into the town square this morning. His pitcher of water half drained.
Damn it, I spilt some whiskey on my mouse pad. There's whiskey on Karlak's abs now.
Lick it up.
Can I check what's in the water skin?
What's in the water skin?
Yeah.
All right. Walk over to it and pick it up.
Yes,
How are
the
you
tried
checking?
and true method of touch everything.
How are you checking?
Pouring it
In your
a
mouth?
little bit out. No,
Just where are you pouring it out? Just onto the table?
just if the bowl seems pretty clean, I'd pour it a little bit onto that. Just so
Okay,
it
pour it
doesn't
out into
spread.
the bowl. Roll a. I need to look at what they actually are. Probably just roll an investigation check for me.
17.
You pour out the water from his water skin into the bowl, and it for the most part appears to be pretty clear, but there's some like purple specks that look to resemble shriveled up. There is an actual word for this, but shriveled up like flower heads. You know how you can pluck the
Odds?
flower leaf. There's an actual word. Can't remember it. The flower leaf.
Yep.
Okay.
Shriveled up little flower leaves that are very, very small.
You mean
They
the
look to have
petal?
been sort of... Yeah, petals. That's it. Shriveled up flower petals.
Do either
So
of
you
you
only-
recognize this?
Sure, let me have a look at it.
Yeah,
know my
I'll
way
have a look at
around.
it I'll have a look at it as well.
Roll a nature check with advantage.
Oh, because he's helping as well.
I think you already have advantage, but
I have advantage with certain monsters if I'm looking
you have
into
advantage
that.
with nature.
Is it advantage with nature? I thought it was.
That's what it tells me.
It's to recall information about Fae, Fiends,
Yeah.
and Undead. It's Hunter's
So,
Bane.
yeah, it'll be
Oh,
situational.
specifically. Okay.
Sorry, 2 nat 20s. Alright.
Did you... What? You actually rolled 2 nat 20s.
He's wasted his nat 20s for tonight.
They're gone
Okay.
now. Never gonna happen again.
Okay. You don't quite recall the name of this flower, but from your time spent in forests, and more specifically, the frost fern forest, the forest that borders Ebonshire,
Hmm.
you recognize this to be a flower that grows deep within the forest, and it sort of only appears at nighttime. It only blooms at nighttime.
I do recognize the flower. It's from the woods near here. Blooms at night. May have been used to poison him.
Okay.
Did you tip all the water out of the skin, or just a little bit of it?
Just about half of it or something. Just enough to be able to tell.
Well, I'll grab the rest of the water skin then, so that we can take that with us.
All right, roll a perception check, Jeremy.
Oh wow. That's another 9.
Okay. That succeeds. As you reach over the table and grasp the water skin, you notice that his pail of water appears to also have these flower petals in there. Now that you know what you're looking for, they sort of glisten in the water, but to the naked eye, you probably would have been looked over as little specks of light reflecting off the water surface. This is a window, by the way, just so you
Yeah,
guys know.
we gathered that.
Window.
I love this lovely right angle into his house.
I don't know, this was that template I used, man.
Yeah, it's just like
Alright. You've grabbed the water flask. What do you guys want to do?
Boswell. I did notice some documents on his desk. I didn't make any sense of them, but maybe there's some information you seek.
Oh, well, thank you for that. I shall go and have a look. I will go and look at his documents.
Alright, roll an investigation.
Nine.
Guess we're not reading them.
It was I rolled a different number, I promise. It's just a different modifier for the same result.
Yeah, but it's the same result. That's 3 in a row, man.
Just
If that was 6s, we'd have to be having a different talk right now. You
Jeremy just
look
bursts
through
into
the
flames.
notes and the verbal mess written on each of the pages, and you cannot make any sense of any of it. It appears to be shorthand, almost like a code, and the handwriting appears very poor.
oh, I'll grab his notes for now.
Alright, you pick up his notes.
Does anything under the bookshelf look out of place or not natural or
Alright,
stand
walk
out?
over there, do a perception check.
24.
The bookshelf appears to be sort of just, there's no order amongst the books. They're haphazardly thrown into the shelving. There's not too many of them there, really.
No
There does not appear
titles
to be
that
anything
stand
out of
out?
place. No,
Okay.
no, nothing that stands out.
That bucket. You don't suppose you got that from the well, do you?
It's possible. Whether it was poisoned in the well or someone's poisoned it since it's been here is another matter. Suppose we'll have to investigate the well to find out for sure.
It might be a good idea to check with the villagers if they've seen anyone go into the woods. Someone went out of their way to find that flower. Let's return to the center of town.
Just before we leave, I check if there's anything under the bed.
Alright, roll a perception check. Oh, would this be perception or investigation, do you reckon, Jeremy?
In investigation,
Probably-
please investigate.
Probably-
Yeah, roll investigation.
Yeah, he's intentionally looking for something.
Yeah.
5.
The bed appears to go all the way to the ground.
Okay.
I'm going to lift the bed. Like
Roll a
not all the way,
strength
but
check.
like just enough so that he can look under it.
Yep, roll a
no, I
strength
need a new dice. Those dice are no good.
You don't want to use the boulders ones?
That's when I use the
I'll get-
bone
I-
dice.
I gave up on boulders a few rolls ago. All right, this dice. This is the one. This is the one. That's a 22.
All right, you grab the bed with just one hand and start lifting, and it comes up easily. Roll investigation with advantage.
Okay.
Well, you're getting a hand to look, so.
Ten.
You observe that there appears to be dust on the floor underneath his bed.
That load of good that's done.
Good to know. There doesn't seem to be anything under here. At least
I'll
not
lower
of
the bed.
worth.
I lower the bed once he's not under it anymore.
I was gonna say just drop the bed on his head.
Yeah,
All right,
so
you lowered the
specifically
bed.
when he's not under it.
Alright, I guess we'll head back to town.
Done with this area?
I'd say so. Yeah.
As I walk out, I want to do like a sweep of the outside of the house and just see if there's like I can see anyone hiding nearby, or if there's any signs of someone having come or gone, not by the path, like trampled grass or something like that.
All right, roll an investigation check.
And we're back down to low rolls. It's a 6.
Again.
You see sort of lots of disturbance near the house, in the shape of sheep hooves. They seem
Yep.
to have sort of tracked over anything that you could discern by eye. All right, back off to town we go.
Yay! Oops, something went wrong.
Yeah, that happened to me the first time.
What went wrong?
I could have
It
gave
just
me an
doesn't
error
load.
because you swapped the map.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back in.
All right, as long as you can move the map, that's all that matters.
Maybe we should go check on the patient. The man.
You do that. I'm gonna have a look at the well.
Yeah, I will go with Ivar towards the well.
All right. Does appear to be fucking sprinting.
Yeah, we're booking it. Hey, where'd she go?
What do you mean?
I've seen that woman there. She just jumped into a bush.
I
Or
have
down
no
the
idea what
well.
you're talking about. All right. We'll start with Orion. Orion, you walk upstairs, and the two elders sort of be sitting by his bedside, just talking ambly amongst themselves. As you enter the room.
Excuse me. Is he doing well?
Elder Yoren sort of looks towards his wife Edith, turns back to him and says, not much appears to have changed, I'm sorry. You've been gone barely an hour. I'm not sure what we're really expecting here either, I'm sorry. Do you have any news?
There seemed to have been some sort of flower. I was told it's seen in the woods around here. You can find it at night.
I'm sorry that I'm not very good with names or flowers or the woods. I don't really like going into the woods. None of us really like going into the woods. I suppose you could ask. We do have a druid that lives close by to town. There's also we have a hunter that lives nearby. He lives up north. If you'll keep following the Fallen Leaf Path. If you ask Ivor, we passed his house on the way into town. He often goes into the woods hunting for game and sport. Brings back all kinds of things.
Okay. I'll tell the others that. Oh, and Miss, do you know of any poisonous plants around this area? You did tell me you were a nurse.
She sort of shakes her head towards you and then says, I'm sorry, dearie, but my extent comes to bandaging wounds mainly. Not very good with poisons.
She knows about
Okay.
first aid.
That's fine.
She knows about it. She's worked like very basic first aid. Have you talked to any of the townsfolk yet? We haven't told anybody, I swear.
Not yet. We only just recently got back from his house.
They sort of just look towards each other and turn their attention back towards Osric, holding their hands together as they stare down at him. And clear sign of dismissal.
Okay.
All right, you two folk at the well. What do you want to do?
Is there any sort of bucket or anything that we can pull up or drop down? to bring up
There is a
some water?
pulley system, yeah, attached to the side of the well over here.
Yeah, I want to use that to bring up a bucket.
All right, strength check.
The easiest check I could make.
It's also got a pretty easy DC. You are lifting up a bucket.
19.
You give one pull on the rope, and the pulley system starts to like shake as the rope extremely quickly fastens itself around the pulley system. And before your very eyes, a bucket appears in the middle of the well.
I'll launch that bucket up here, apparently.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
I would like to check in the bucket, see if there's anything up with the water.
All right, roll a perception check. Actually, investigation, sorry.
Sticky. That one. There we are. It is a 8. God damn it.
You see in the bucket water.
Ah. I don't see anything wrong with this. Would you like to take a look as well?
Yeah, I'll take a gaze at the bucket.
All right. Roll an investigation check.
Just holding it out in front of his face.
That's even worse. I rolled a 4.
As a half hippo man, your expertise in these matters tells you that is definitely water.
Do you see anything?
It's
Uh,
too
no.
old man to go look at a fell.
No, I don't. It just looks like water.
Must have been poisoned after it was taken back.
It's highly likely, considering that only he seems to be suffering from this affliction, but the rest of the town seems to be okay.
So Ryan gonna make his way over here? What's he gonna do?
Ryan's only just finished talking. This is
Okay.
happening simultaneously.
Gotcha.
While you guys are investigating the well, this very fine, elderly, not sort of elderly, but late 40s, early 50s man with slightly graying hair, very well dressed compared to everybody you've seen in the town so far, approaches and says, "Hello, gentlemen. What are you guys doing at our well? You after a drink, are you?"
We're currently on a job.
On a job in Ebonshire? The two of you? You look like you would be out hunting bandits, not looking at a well.
Who knows? Bandits might be involved.
Bandits? Around these parts? Are you serious?
Can't dismiss anything.
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion check. That is just a flat D20. Okay. That's fair. 17.
As you saying you can't dismiss anything, he sort of turns towards you with a worried glance in his eye and says, "What's going on?" I think I just completely changed voices, but my throat's dry. What's going on?
You best go ask your village elder.
Yoren? What does Yoren have to do with this? He was attending a solstice festival.
He's back in town now.
He's back in town? Was he attacked by bandits? Is he okay?
I'm gonna need you to calm down just a little bit.
Right, roll another persuasion check.
That is a 7.
Your words. He does not appear to be getting any calmer. Where is Yoren? Do you know where Yoren is? Were you the one that attacked him?
No, I was not the one who attacked him. I brought him here. He's currently at the tavern if you want to go speak with him.
With that, he sort of glances towards you disdainfully and just...
Whoa, he's a fast runner.
Holy crap! That man.
And he brushes Orion as Orion is leaving as he enters into the tavern. And as he's running away, he screams, My name is Mayor Eldrin.
I didn't get any of
Wha-
that.
His
Yeah.
name is Mayor Eldrin.
Herald.
All right. Where are you guys merging back together?
How's the
Uh,
patient, Orion?
He doesn't seem to have gotten any better since we last saw him.
We
What did
didn't-
you find?
Nothing. Just water.
I did get told about two people we should probably check out. There was a druid somewhere in another village. And there's apparently a hunter back to the way you guys came
Mm. I
into
think
the
I might
village.
remember where his house was. We did pass it on the way here. Follow me. I can probably lead you back there.
If we're wanting to find out what the flower is, shouldn't we find the druid first?
Do we know where to find this druid? Did they tell you that, or?
If they did, I honestly can't remember.
They did not tell you that, no.
Yeah, I
Perhaps-
didn't think they did.
You want us
Perhaps
to
some-
speak to the druid? I suggest you go back and ask where they are from.
I would, but it seems you just sent someone quite rowdy back in there.
We could also go and see this hunter first, if you know where to find him, and we might be able to ask him to enlighten us as to the whereabouts of this druid and where to find him.
It could do, especially if he knows the forest as well as he should.
Right, follow me. On up north.
Uh,
I love the transition
whoops,
sounds.
something went wrong.
Oh, I don't think you guys exist yet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Uh,
we're going through a
We're still
wormhole.
walking. It's fine.
You guys
We have
walk up
ceased
the
to
path.
exist.
Orion trailing behind, Ivar, and Boswell coming in last with a very heavy stomp.
Dum,
Alright.
dum, dum, dum.
As you walk up to this house in a very forested area, you observe stone walls surrounding it. It's a very modest sort of house. There is some. 1 second, sorry, Chase. There you
I was waiting.
go. There doesn't appear to be too much on the outside of this house, and yeah. What would you guys like to do?
Too much outside there.
I'm gonna
It
go
doesn't
knock on
appear
the
to be too
door.
much outside the house. It's just made of wood. Looks very handmade,
I
not
Wanna-
by a professional.
want to go knock on the door.
Roll a perception check.
Perception. Passive?
No, actual perception check.
Okay. That is a 16.
On the door, you observe a hanging sign, which reads proudly, "Gone fishing." But the fishing part appears to have been carved out with a dagger, and in the wood beneath that reads, carved into the wood by hand, "Hunting."
Well, that seems to be useful.
Can I see any sort of tracks leading into the woods anywhere from his house?
Roll an investigation check.
Or is it a nature check?
I would have said investigation. Jeremy, is it a
No.
nature or investigation to find tracks?
I think it's investigation.
It'd be investigation.
Yeah,
Nature's
that's what I
more of just like knowledge about the nature around you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's okay. I just wasn't sure.
Which you already rolled 2 nat 20s for. I'm not letting you do nature again.
That's a nat.
Oh
one.
wow.
You see in front of you a big footmark. And then you realize, oh, I just took a step back. And you put your foot next to it and, oh, that matches!
Why did you lower my intelligence all of a sudden?
Because you're on that one.
I got to the door and was like, oh, I need to track where this guy might have went. And my IQ immediately dropped to 1.
You realized he was out hunting.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Strike, where'd you go, man? Calm down.
He
All right,
doesn't-
where would you go? What do you guys want to do? Standing at the front door.
He's not
I
home.
guess we'll have to come back later then.
Hmm.
I'm going to put my ear up against the door and listen, see if there might be
Oh.
someone just inside who doesn't want to be disturbed.
Roll a perception check.
That one.
You hear wood.
He falls in.
He just knocks the door down with his large frame.
The ever pinnacle of utmost sneakiness, this 8-foot tall hippo man sort of crouches over so that his ears are basically in the middle of the door, and he listens intently at the door, but his ears actually just resting on the "Gone Hunting" sign, so he does not hear a thing.
Huh.
Maybe it's best we go check up with that druid of yours.
Yes, I agree. Doesn't seem we'll find anything here at this time.
You might
Best
be
look
right.
elsewhere.
Let us travel back.
Whoa!
I got a bug again.
What is the bug?
it
It just doesn't load properly.
it doesn't
while
load
it's
properly,
loading.
so we have to refresh.
Okay.
That's all.
Whoa.
You guys are all up here. You've just entered back into town. By the time you've gotten back into town, it appears to be sort of middle of the afternoon, maybe reaching towards the later part of the afternoon. The journey up to the hunter's cabin took you a couple of hours because you only went at a moderate pace.
I'm gonna go with this young lady and ask her about the druid. Excuse me, miss. You wouldn't happen to know where the druid would be?
She pokes her head out from inside the mill and goes, "Eh? Would you like to buy some bread? I sell bread.
No.
Who are you?"
I'm just looking for some information. You wouldn't happen to know where the druid is?
All right, just looking for some information. I sell bread. My name is Bron. I'm the baker of this town. Would you like a fresh loaf?
If I
She sort of
buy...
pushes out. What did you say? Bye.
No.
I was
If
gonna
I-
say.
If I buy a loaf of bread off you, will you answer my question?
Oh. I'm sure I can answer some questions, mister. I'm here to ask some questions. Would you like the loaf? She sort of reaches back and grabs forward a very sort of fresh, half still steaming loaf of bread and sort of comes back out the door with it, shows it to you, and it smells very, very nice.
How much do I owe you?
3 copper.
I can spare you that.
All right, note it down. Expenses 3 copper.
Pretty sure I can remove it from my character sheet because I have like...
Or do that.
Here it is.
Yeah, nothing works.
I have 3 gold. How do I transfer into copper?
1 gold. So one
1 gold is
gold's 10
100.
silver.
I'll
yeah.
just...
Yeah, and copper's what?
10,
It
so
says
10
it right
copper's 1
under it.
silver.
Adjust
yeah, so
coin,
10 silver,
so
1 gold.
3 remove. There's remove coins.
Just note it in expenses, I guess. Figure it out later.
So only thing you should be able to put 3 copper and hit remove, and it should auto adjust.
Yeah, it
your...
wouldn't let me because apparently I don't have any copper coins, but I do have gold ones.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
you
just
probably
deduct
don't
1
have copper.
gold. So deduct 1 gold, add 100 copper, and then take the copper out.
Yeah. Do you only have 3 copper, 3 gold total?
I have 20 gold pieces.
Oh,
damn.
You're rich. All right, that's fine. She turns back towards you and she says, "All right, mister, I have some questions. Would you first like to tell me your name?"
I've
Okay, Ivor, what What do you have to ask about? I'm afraid I don't know much.
Now, as I asked beforehand, you wouldn't happen to know where the druid is.
The druid? No, not quite sure where she lives. I'm afraid I mostly keep to my mill here. Is there anything else you're after?
There wouldn't be anyone who would be close with the druid.
Close with the druid? I suppose there might be. You could ask after Kayla. Kayla Brightleaf. She lives just across the river there in the small enclave of gardens. She grows some vegetables. They go well on the bread.
I'll keep that in mind.
I don't know why she's suddenly become a man.
I don't know. Thank you for the
Yeah,
information.
Kayla. Is there anything else you're looking for?
No, that'll do. Thank you for the information. And thank you for the bread.
What's this all about, if you don't mind me asking?
Just a job for your village elder. Just checking up on a few things.
At this time, see this other man sort of come round from where he was stacking boxes. And he goes, "Hey, Braun, what's this about? Is this about that person you've seen?" And Braun turns back to him and says, "No, I don't think so. They're asking about the druid." Sort of nods at her and goes, "All right." And then trudges back to his boxes.
What is this about a person you've seen?
Oh, but this doesn't have anything to do with the druid. I've just
Hey.
seen somebody going into the forest, that's all, or coming back from the forest.
Do you remember who they were?
No, sorry, it was the wee hours of the morning. I think I was the only one up in the town. I get up early to start baking the bread for everybody's breakfast, you see.
Right. But you didn't see anything else? No discerning features where they won't have went?
No, sorry, I just thought it was a bit odd. It's probably that druid you're looking for.
Hmm.
Maybe
Oh.
one of the children in the village.
Well, thank you anyway.
You there! She points at Boswell. Would you like to buy some bread?
Run.
Bread?
I will start pulling some copper out. Can I roll an insight check on her about
Yep.
on the commentary of whether or not she remembers what this person looked like?
Yes, you can.
7.
You assume that she's telling the truth? No sign of anything, really.
I will buy some
That
bread.
would indicate lying. Sorry, what was that?
I will buy some bread.
I love her marketing strategy. You want bread? Tackles us.
All right. She disappears back into the mill and comes out with the other half the loaf that Ivar didn't buy, and hands it to you in exchange for 3 copper. 3 copper.
I give her 3 copper.
Whoa! She takes the copper and runs back into the mill, closing the door as she leaves you.
She likes her money.
And from inside, you hear the counting: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I must make more bread.
I don't suppose she sees much business then.
What time is it?
Mid-afternoon.
It's getting later in the afternoon.
Okay. So it's not getting dark yet.
Not getting dark yet, no.
Okay. I guess we should go check on this person.
Alas, we passed
what
by
they're
before
saying.
we went to the farmer's house.
Is that what that was?
For a second there, I thought Jeremy was running towards the river to cross that way.
How deep is the river?
Don't.
Roll a perception check.
It's like a 4.
The water's deep enough that you wouldn't be able to stand in it, even at your size. But it is still quite at its deepest point. You don't reckon you'd be able to stand at it, but it is quite fast flowing.
Jeez, this man's fast.
Hello, miss. Oh, that was a reaction?
You did just break into a yard.
She shrieks at you. What are you doing here? Why are you in my yard?
You don't have a fence
are
around
you?
it.
My house is there.
You want me to go?
normally knock or announce their entrance. Who are you?
You didn't have a fence around it. I was like, yeah, I'll just
I'll
walk up
call
to it.
Gregor. He's got a hammer and a mighty strong arm.
Miss, just calm down.
Roll a persuasion check.
She doesn't have a fence around her place. I was like, I'll just walk up
just-
to her.
Yeah, but
Dodged
it's
in.
still her yard.
You want me to go-
Didn't even let me
Please,
didn't even let me explain what was going on. You just rolled. Rolled
Why
on
I
in.
stopped at her house?
It's a 7.
She visibly does not appear to be getting any calmer at your mention of
She's
calming
gonna
down.
hit me or something.
Calm down! Why would I calm down when you barge into my yard like this? I'm just tending to my vegetables, humming a little tune, and you'll come in here like this?
I'm sorry, miss, about my friend's rudeness.
I mean, we can go back and knock on the door if you like.
Ah,
She sort of brings a hand, rubs it on her apron to clear it off, and then sort of touches at her face and says, yes, do that. Your friend, too, he didn't introduce himself either.
Alright.
it still didn't. Okay.
I'm gonna go bang on the door then. I'm gonna do it loudly and obnoxiously.
All right.
I
You
approve.
bang loudly and obnoxiously on her door. Hang on, just,
At
just
this
let me
rate,
check something.
No one's gonna want to talk to you.
13. There's no response on the door.
I shall knock. Not quite as obnoxiously on the door, but still loudly.
There is no response from the yard or the house.
Is there anybody in there? We're here looking for a Caleb Brightleaf. Told we might find you here.
And then I will knock again.
No response.
She's just go in and like die or something.
No, she's ignoring you.
While you
Ma'am.
guys are knocking on the door, attention focused fully on the door, a figure walks up behind you and says, "Gentlemen, what are you doing here? Kayla says you're assaulting her." You notice Kayla seems to be standing with a jolly-looking halfling standing at about half of Boswell's height, and gripping in his hand is a hammer.
I'm sorry about my friend's rudeness. They just don't know common courtesy, apparently.
Aye? And who are you? What business do you have with her?
My name's Orion. I was just wondering if she had knew something we want to know about. If she knew anything about something we want to know about.
And what is that thing you want to know about? She sort of approaches slowly, hiding like half behind him, but also towering over him.
Yeah, very threatening halfling.
He does have a big hammer.
I have a big sword.
He's holding the hammer. You're not holding the sword.
I can draw it pretty quickly, I would say.
We're
No, I'm not planning on killing him. I get that idea. Jeez.
Ryan, continue.
we're just looking for a druid. There's just some flower I was wanting to know some information about.
He sort of strokes his chin and the stubble that appears to be there, or what appears to be stubble. You notice his hands are quite charred and his skin cracked. He turns back up at you and says, "Well, Kaler knows a bit about flowers. Why do you want the druid?"
Oh, we just found a flower that's not really that common. So we just wanted some information about it. We were
Oh,
just,
you mean like a rose?
No.
At this point, Kayla extends her hand and puts it on Gregor's shoulder and steps forward. And she turns to you and says, I do know a druid. She lives out of town. Her name's Rena. Could you describe this flower to me a bit more? I might be able to help. Now that you're amicable beings.
It's purple
Well,
and grows at night.
She sort of stares at you. That does sound like a flower.
Very helpful.
I might have over-exaggerated. I mostly grow vegetables. Sorry.
that's
That's
okay.
what you interrupted me doing when I was tending to my patch.
Mm.
Once again, I'm sorry about these two.
Roll a persuasion check.
Six.
She sort of stares at you and looks back at Ivar and says, "Right, I'm sure you are."
Ivar's lived in the woods for ages. He doesn't recognize.
He don't know how to people.
He don't know how to people.
All right, what do you guys want to do? Is there anything else you want to ask her?
Miss, you said that she lived out of the village. Which direction is that?
Just follow this road. Keep going north, and then, well, once you reach the bridge and the wheat fields, go to the west. But I wouldn't recommend going now. It's getting quite late, and it can be a bit of a journey.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind.
The halfling sort of turns back to you and says, "All right, we done here?"
Yeah, sorry for taking up your time.
He sort of gives a side glance at Kayla and goes, and throttles back to his forge. And she sort of gives a wide berth as she walks past Ivor and heads inside.
I should like jump out at her with arms stretched. No, I won't do that.
Maybe next
Are
time.
you sure?
Ivor doesn't understand
You,
people.
what? You sounded like you said, "I jump out at her with arms stretched."
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't jump out at her.
Maybe we should go in the morning.
The halfling, you guys are talking amongst yourself, and Kayla's gone back to a veggie patch. If you could click off of her, Ivor, please. It's really annoying me seeing your name above his. The halfling sort of comes back to you and says, "Well, what's all this about then, gentlemen?"
You heard us before.
You notice that his hammer's now hanging by his belt. He's not in any way, shape, or form threatening you.
We've been hired for a job that you're elder.
And what job be this?
Just a little bit of an investigation. You don't need to worry too much about it.
Well, I have a pretty keen eye myself. If there's anything I could do, if you want to ask me any sort of questions, what's the matter of investigation?
Hmm.
I'm gonna step forward.
There's rumors that someone may have been going in and out of the forest, and we're investigating some foul play, if you will. Someone has befallen an accident. That's all we're really at liberty to say, and we're just following up on some threads to see if we can find the cause of the problem.
He sort of turns towards you and then gives a tilt of the head. Going in and out of the forest? Ha! That'll be Hunter Bronson. He often goes in there.
At early hours in the morning?
Yes, of course. All hours of the day to hunt any sort of game.
Do you know when he
He-
returns?
No, I'm not quite sure, but I did see him carrying something the other day, heading down this road while I was in my forge in the wee hours of the morning.
Mm-hmm. Does he know the
You
farmer
know-
well?
Which farmer? Reed? Tullus? Milo?
The sheep farmer.
Sheep
Osric.
farmer. Oh, Milo. Osric?
No, Osric, that's the one.
It's funny you mentioned sheep. I
Farmers, do
saw
they
him
have-
actually the other day carrying a sheep. That's what I saw in the wee hours of the morning. Had a sheep over his shoulder when he was heading down this way. It might have been to Osric's.
Mhm.
You know which direction he was doing? From?
Yeah, he was
or
heading
to?
down the road, down towards Osric's.
Okay.
Is that help at all? Is there any other questions you had for me? Is there anything I can make you, gentlemen? It'll cost you a pretty penny, but I'm not a bad blacksmith.
Make us.
You look like gentlemen of action. Do your weapons need repair?
Not at this moment. But I'll
All right.
be sure to keep that in mind.
Whilst you're in town, feel free to knock on my door anytime. He
Will
sort of
do.
turns towards you and just goes, "Boop-a-doop-a-doo," half like attempting to whistle as he trudges along.
He's like whistling, but really horribly.
Yeah, it's sort of just blowing air. He doesn't actually know how to whistle. And at one point, he sort of shoved his fingers in there and attempts to blow on it, and then goes, "Ugh!"
He's trying.
And you just hear, "Ugh! My fingers taste like ash."
We have enough time to get back up to the. this day.
It's still sort of late afternoon. It's a summer's day. The sun probably has around 2 hours before it starts to set. 3 hours before visibility sort of starts fading.
You
How
can see
long
if
was the trip to the hunters?
Around about an hour.
Okay.
the-
That was quite far from town.
but it's not as far as the druid, by the sounds of it.
No, not quite.
I'm going to look to my companions.
Oh, well, I suppose we have a couple options. We can wait up till morning and try and find the druid during the day, or if you guys are up for it, we could try and go now, potentially enter through the forest at night and maybe find one of these flowers. I suppose the problem is we don't know what else might be out there after dark.
Would be a good idea. Find the flower, bring it to the druid.
We could also run a chance of running into this hunter if he's out there at dark. Or finding this mysterious figure if there's someone different again.
Not too bad of an idea.
So it's settled then. Let's head into the woods.
I guess we head that way then.
Which way are you heading into the woods?
It's up the path
Towards
to the
the
wheat
druid.
fields and then west.
So this way?
Yeah, that was that
And
was
then
what she
sort of
told
up
us.
into the forest.
Yeah.
Well, are you
following-
heading towards the druid or into the forest?
To the forest.
Towards
the
the
dru-
druid.
Oh, the druid's not
following
in the
the
forest.
The druid's not in the forest, no. The druid's just along. There's a path.
Well, we'd
sort
want
of
to go
cut
up
out of
here.
the forest.
The
Forest is more to the north.
The hunter would be up around
Yeah.
here somewhere. Okay,
Yeah,
so-
but you could enter
Oh.
out here and just go up. There's
Oh,
Yeah,
we'll-
a path
suppose
to
that's
the
what we'll
forest
do.
from there.
Yeah, we'll go to the
Alright, you
forest.
guys
first
are
then.
heading into the forest. Do 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 do.
This has certainly been an interesting hour 30.
I hope it's been somewhat entertaining.
Oh, how have you been finding it so far, DM?
I'm enjoying it.
That's good.
You guys are certainly interesting talking to each other.
We're trying to figure it out, okay?
Yeah, it's
I'm pretty
first
sure
episode.
my accent has changed like 50 times.
Don't worry,
so-
I'm changing the voices of the NPCs as we're going.
Yeah.
What can you
Yeah,
guys see currently?
No.
Nothing.
All right. Okay, what can you guys see currently?
A
That's your
forest, like a circle, but not quite, like cut off at the bottom.
Where? Around your characters around here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one
Can you
square
see sort of a
characters.
circle around you?
I can see
Yeah.
30 feet around us.
Oh, I think I've just taken one of you out of vision. It was Orion. Okay, that's fine then. I can't see it for some reason, but as long as you guys have the vision, that's fine.
Is there a way you can increase mine?
What is your? That's another point. What is your
60
actual?
foot.
You have 60 feet.
Yeah, 60 feet dark vision.
Yeah,
What's-
that's another point. It is at night now, so I'm gonna give you guys. You guys can chill with your 30. Can you see still,
Yeah.
Ken?
Yeah, I can still
Alright.
see. I can.
Cool. I
That's-
can't see for
if
some
it get-
reason.
If it gets too dark, I'll strike a torch.
All right. Well, you struck a torch then, because it's entered nighttime as you've entered into the forest here.
Oh, hey, move
If I do this, what can you guys see? Can you see everything?
Yeah,
Yes.
I won't do that. Can you guys still see your little areas then?
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
just a circle.
I don't know why I can't see it. That's all right. I can still see the form of the map, so that's fine. All right, you guys are in the forest.
Ooh, let's get trudging.
Yeah,
I might actually just give you back 30 feet, Kane, because this was designed for 30 feet.
Don't put your token on mine. How dare you? Can't move if you do that.
All right, there you are.
as
You're
we
in the forest.
as we go, I suppose we're looking for purple flowers.
Yep. What's your order? Who's going first?
I guess I will.
All
Or
right.
do we want to send the tracking guy first? Because this is sort of his expertise.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Ivor, as you're going along, please roll a perception check.
Natural? Passive, sorry?
No, just a perception
Yeah.
check. You're.
No.
I'm assuming you're scanning around into the trees in the night.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's fair.
Orion, also please roll a perception check, considering you're the only one with dark vision.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Ivor's holding a torch, or one of you guys are holding a torch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I've got
both of you roll
torches.
perception
14.
checks,
24.
please. You don't see too much. There's sort of some odd forest noises. I was going to be playing music through this, but I guess I've forgotten.
I was going to say, it has been rather quiet.
But you guys aren't speaking much.
We're
Yeah,
doing it.
there's nothing really too much of worry. I don't have the bot in here.
That's alright.
Did I see nothing as well?
No, you just see that
Okay.
you appear to be on some sort of cutout of path, or just sort of gap in the trees that you're following along. Can I? I don't think there's any way for me to get a music button here. Can we go back to? It's not worth it. Never mind.
It's alright for now.
It's fine. I'll figure it out. But next time.
There's a fork in the road up ahead. Any preferences?
Could you see tracks going either way?
Let me have a
Roll an
look.
investigation check.
9.
You don't really see too much. The falling leaves and the sticks falling from the trees has sort of obstructed any clear vision of the ground that you can see, and there doesn't appear to be too much causing a ruckus amongst those leaves either.
I don't see anything. I guess it's up to your preferences.
You know what they say. Left is always right.
I don't
Is that
think
your
any-
character's voice? Sorry, is that your
Yeah,
character saying that, or is that you saying that?
that's me.
Is that you or Orion?
Orion.
Orion, okay.
Like I
think-
said, he has a different accent every time he speaks.
That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't think anyone's ever said that before.
Yeah, probably not. Left it is.
It's as good a heading as any, I suppose.
This is incredibly awkward.
I wish I could see you guys line of sight, but I can't.
Going up this
Oh.
way now.
What?
What?
Still looking for flowers as we go.
Yep. Alright, who's leading the group at the moment?
Apparently me, I guess.
Still Ivor? Roll another perception check, please.
Eva.
It's plus 3.
All of you roll stealth checks as well.
Stealth checks. Perception is
Stealth.
12. Stealth.
Well, okay, let me put it this way: are you trudging through the forest as loud as possible, or are you trying to
Oh.
be somewhat quiet?
No, let's be quiet. It's night time.
All right, roll a stealth check, please. What was your perception?
It was 12. Or something like that.
Okay. You can't see too much into the trees. You hear owls cooing off in the distance, some crickets chirping, but you don't see too much of anything causing any noises or ruckus in the forest.
Stealth check. That is a 5.
I got an
a
18.
10.
Did you roll with disadvantage, Jeremy?
Do I need to?
Don't you have disadvantage?
No, just us two.
No, sir.
Oh, okay, you don't. Then that's fine. What did you roll, Orion?
10.
All right. You guys trudge through the forest. The very tall, very big hippo at the back darts from tree to tree, blending quite well into his surroundings. Whereas Ivar sort of just goes "Brr," and trudges forward, and Orion shakes his head slightly at the antics of the gif at the back and just sort of follows behind Orion. Follows behind Ivar, sorry.
Oh, no, nothing so far.
Oh, zoink, Scoob.
I suppose you'd say left again?
I guess so.
You don't sound very confident, do you, kid?
Never do.
It's as good a heading as any. If we just stick to one wall, then we can retrace our steps if need be.
Hey, look, an open area.
There's been a few of those. Have you not been paying attention?
Can you guys see anything here?
No.
It's
That's
just
a
like
wall.
Like a
It's
cut
not a
border.
wall. The path there continues.
For
If
us,
you'd like
it's
to
just
go
a
that way.
straight wall.
Yeah, that's because the
But, yeah.
terrain is there.
I guess we
I'm
can't
just
left.
asking: is that the way you're going?
Whoa! What the?
We can't see
Yeah.
that way, so
Go back
Yeah.
inside.
I've been pulled back.
Do you want to continue down this path? Is more or less what I'm asking.
Yeah, we'll keep
Sure,
going.
yeah.
Follow
Yeah.
the left-hand path.
That's what the young man with us wants to do.
All right. Don't
Oh, it's
see anything for a
magically
second.
daytime.
Yeah, well, I expect you guys to be
but that-
annoying.
Were you hoping that we would be in the woods straight away?
And
No, I was hoping
we'd
you'd go to the
come
woods,
back.
obviously, but I thought you might be at daytime, not necessarily nighttime. What can you guys see currently?
A
Sheep.
sheep.
Head shape.
On which? Oh, hang on. I have to do this. That's all. Boop. There we are. Now you
Ah.
can see.
Yep.
Yep.
You've entered into. As you follow the path down, it sort of winds and leads you. You don't hear too much of the forest. The forest seems to have gone quite quiet, and you find yourself in a clearing with quite a bit of open space. And in the middle, there appears to be a dead sheep.
Any purple flowers?
Roll a little investigation.
Give us control when you're ready.
Oh, have you got no
9.
control? Sorry. There is no purple flowers. There you go. You should have
Can
control
I-
now.
Freedom.
Can I
Yep.
investigate the shape to see
Roll
if it's got
investigation.
the same injuries?
Does anyone want to help you?
I'll help him.
1 second, actually. Roll your throw.
Well,
12. You see that the sheep appears to have very similar injuries, sort of bite marks at its hind legs that you assume would have slowed it down, and then another more vicious bite mark around its sort of neck area that's dragged it to the floor.
Does this one have the blood you would expect beneath it, or is this one again look like it's been killed somewhere else and moved?
This one has a pool of blood underneath it. As you guys gather around this sheep's bloody corpse, you hear from the forest. I hope that didn't peak my mic.
It did at the end, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You hear the cry of a wolf, and emerging from the forest itself, Kane, you notice this wolf approaching quite rapidly.
Ivor, watch out behind you.
As you shout that, and all three of you turn towards this wolf, from underneath jumps another wolf, landing in front of, well, behind Boswell as he stares away and growling heavily. And this wolf takes a bite at Boswell's behind.
Oh, going for the meatiest part.
Roll
What is your armor
initiative.
class, sir?
15.
Not initiative yet.
Oh,
15?
Yeah.
I thought that was the dice. This hits. Roll 2D. Okay. Oh, roll Raggy.
Gonna kill him, isn't it?
No, it's not gonna kill him. You take 3 plus 2, 5 piercing damage.
Jesus. Scary bloody wolves.
And as this happens, another wolf has jumped out from above and snarling and growling. As you stand over what you can only assume is the body of its prey. Roll initiative, please.
Beyond
16.
8.
6. Is that with your plus?
Yes, it would be.
I rolled an 8.
Alright. 1 second. I
20.
just need to add you all to initiative. Oh, damn, 20. It's this thing, I think.
Big hippo go zoom zoom, man fast.
Watch out, it's behind him.
You
He's gonna
got
sit on it.
20, Boswell?
Yeah.
Why can I not change this? Okay, you got a 20. Oh, Orion, you got a 16.
Yeah.
Ivar, you got an 8.
Yes.
All right. One second. I'm dying.
Apparently.
To start with, Boswell, it is your turn. You've just been nipped at from behind.
Cool. I'm going to draw my sword and my shield. I'm going to go the stabby stabby.
Does your shield raise your armor class?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Plus-
What are you striking it with? Just a short sword?
Yeah, short sword.
Okay. Roll to hit.
That will be a 17.
That hits.
For 7 points of slashing, I believe, for a short sword. Let me just check that. No piercing. 7 points of piercing.
7 points of piercing. All right. 1 second. You, startled at being bitten from behind, quite rapidly for your size, turn around, grabbing a shield and a short sword off your back, and in one fluid motion from turning around and grabbing the sword, you swipe it through the wolf's front hind neck, dealing 7 piercing damage, was it?
Yes, sir.
And the wolf is very sort of he flinches back as the blade pierces his skin, and he is not very happy. He growls at you, and it's half a growl, half a whimper. All right. Next is Orion.
Seeing that he seems to have it, I'll run over in front of this guy then. And I'll swing at him with my mace.
All right, roll to hit.
Swang that thing.
Dirty 20.
30-20, that hits.
And that is...
So you've drawn your shield and your mace as well.
Yeah. 7 damage.
All right, you deal 7 damage. Okay. It is time for the wolf in front of Iva lunges forward, seeing his friend get hit, and bites at you, at your front left leg, with an 18. Does that hit?
Yes, 18 hits.
That hits. All right. Dealing 8
14
piercing
damage.
damage.
Oh, come on.
You can't deal 14 damage.
Jeez, that's rough.
Yeah, they've kind of been rolling well. You are level 1, remember. The wolf next to Orion then turns and, after being hit back by your mace, flinches and sort of goes, and then lunges back towards you and nips at your legs. But just in time, you bring your shield down, and its face sort of hits the shield and doesn't quite bite you, hitting anything. All right, Ivar, you'll go.
I'm gonna bring my sword down on his head while he's got my leg,
All right.
which is one of these. Give it a second. There you go. 21.
That hits. That hits.
And how much damage does this do again? Ah.
2d6 plus 4 with a hit 6 DC.
9 damage.
9 damage. You bring your sword down and sort of like, are you smacking it on the head, or how do you want to?
I'm just gonna bring it down across its body.
Bring it down, slashing through its body. And the wolf, as soon as it gets hit, sort of crumples to the ground, letting go of your mouth before whimpering and sort of staring defiantly back up at you, not moving from the ground. That was 9 damage, you said?
Yup.
All right. The wolf near Boswell lunges forwards at you after being hit with or stabbed with your short sword, and goes again for your sort of upper thigh. But as you see him lunge towards you, and you bring your shield down as well, just sort of knocking him out of the way, and he spirals out and lands somewhere over here. All right. During this commotion causing this loud noise, you see emerge from the bottom of the forest, you can only presume is going to be the hunter. Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
I said I knocked my mic out of the way. And the hunter pulls back his bow, and with a hefty twang, lets loose an arrow at the wolf closest to Boswell. And that hit. How much damage is that? 1d8 plus 2. And the arrow pierces into the wolf's eyes, instantly just killing it, and it drops to the floor. And at the same time, as he's running out, he notches another arrow and launches it at the wolf that Ivar is fighting. Because apparently he gets 2 attacks.
Oh, that's useful.
And this arrow, probably due to his fast motion coming out, sort of off into the forest somewhere. Alright, Boswell, it is your turn. The wolf in front of you is dead.
Cool. Righty. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to go for the flank on the wolf next to Ivar.
Alright, roll to hit with advantage.
And do the stabby. That is
Right,
going
this-
to be a 14.
That hits.
That would be 5 points of damage.
You sort of... Ooh, would the wolf have got an opportunity attack as you ran past?
No, because I didn't leave its combat range.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You sort of run past Ivar and he glances over his shoulder at you. Very surprised at how fast you just ran for a man or hippo of your size. And as you sort of run past him, you bring your mace down to the side, striking into the side of the wolf. And you feel it crumble to the ground underneath your mace.
Short sword.
And it does not get up. Okay. Orion, your turn.
I will want my mace, trying to hit this pesky dog.
Roll to hit.
23.
You know what? Surprisingly, that hits. Did you roll a 19 or something?
Yes, I did.
Strike.
Damage.
You have a mace? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I thought Boswell had the mace.
No,
I have
Boswell's
the
got a
bludgeoning
sword.
weapon.
Yeah, you sort of like scraped across its side, and its innards started flying out as you ran past it. Flying up past you as you ran past. Ryan, what do you want? Let me say the words. How do you want to do this?
I want to slam it down, crushing its skull as it growls at me.
All right. As it growls at you viciously, you bring your shield up with your left arm. I'm assuming you're right-handed. You haven't actually said. Nobody said.
Yeah?
And you bring your shield up with your left arm, staring at it, and then you just pull your mace down, sort of like you're scratching your lower back behind you, and then you just slam it down over your shoulder into the wolf's head, and you just hear a thunk and a crush as the wolf's eyes pop out of its skull. And it crumbles to the floor.
Well,
All right, all 3 of these wolves are dead. Where are your hit points? Are you just out of hit points?
oh,
He didn't put him on
Sorry,
his
you
You didn't
character.
even get hit,
Token-
did you?
no. We're keeping
Your
being
impressive
different
display of
tokens.
skill, the hunter walks towards you. I want you to be gentlemen.
Excuse me, your accent is incredibly thick.
Who be you, gentlemen? I am Hunter Brunson of Ebonshire. What do you do to find yourself in the forest at night? As he says that, he sort of strings his bow back over his shoulder with the sort of string or whatever, the front bow wrapping across his chest.
We're looking for a purple flower. You haven't seen one, have you?
A purple flower? No, I do not look. Sorry. I hunt game. The sheep. This is Osric's. He's had a problem. Do you know Osric, the farmer from Ebonshire?
Yeah, you could say we're associates of his.
Aye, well, he sent me in here looking for his sheep. I delivered one to his door this morning, and I came back looking for another. The wolves that you just slew, mighty fine, I must say. They've been taking them and killing them.
Have you seen anyone else going near Oswic's house recently?
Osric's house? No. Only time I've been there is to deliver the sheep myself.
Okay, that's good to know.
You haven't seen anyone else in these woods other than yourself? And us, of course.
I have no eye for humans. It's the game that I am after.
You're saying that because you
Speaking
haven't
of-
noticed? Or you haven't looked?
I have not been looking. I have been
Not
deep in the
going.
woods by myself. No signs of humans. He
Merlin
sort of looks
inside.
around the clearing and says, but unless it is one of you, there are some tracks here that seem to be going north.
No, we've come just from east.
East, yeah.
I was trying to remember which direction it was. We've come from the east. No, none of us have been north.
Well, these tracks look humanoid in nature, if a little small for men like you, especially that cloaked fellow. You're an odd game. I wouldn't mind hunting you myself. And speaking of the game, what do you plan to do with these wolves?
You
we
can
have
have them if you want.
We have no claim to them.
Do you speak for all three of you then?
Yeah, we have no need of wolves. We're here looking for the purple flowers. It's supposed to
Alright,
only
he sort
bloom-
of gives you a once over and says, "Hi," and then he sort of just turns away from you. He does not care about you at all, and he walks over to the wolf and pulls out a raggedy hunting knife and starts just skinning it in front of you guys.
He just doesn't care. He just wants to hunt.
Well,
He just wants to hunt,
okay.
man.
He's a very single track mind person.
While he's doing that, can I do a Q wounds on Chase?
You
Because he
sure
seems-
can.
To be worse off.
Is that one of your
Yes.
spells?
It's one of my 2 healing spells,
All right, you
not
can do it.
including my racial one.
Is your healing hands a spell? Oh, it's just one spell long rest. Okay.
Yeah,
Alright, yep, you can use your
that
Whatever.
will be heal you for 9.
Oh, for 9?
Yes.
He damaged me for 8. That's so nice of you.
Ah, you're welcome. You feel extra good
Um,
now.
as either you stare at the hunter just sort of running his knife along the back of the wolf, trying to get its pelt. You feel some hands on your shoulders, and suddenly a bit of your strength returns.
That wasn't necessary. Thank you regardless.
Just being safe. We should try following these tracks he pointed out before we lose track of them.
Agreed.
Yes, let's do that. We might find our mysterious figure, or flower, or both.
Alright, you guys are heading north?
Yep.
I don't know what else we're going to talk about. Oh, I got the bug.
I don't know what I'm doing now,
When
man.
it gets to those points, I
Whoa,
don't know
it's
what we're
daytime.
supposed to be talking about.
Talking about what's going on, man.
It's no longer daytime.
None of you saw that, right?
No idea
Nope.
what you mean.
I saw something blink, but I honestly didn't get to see what it was. I was zoning
Okay, as
out.
long as you didn't see what it was.
Now I'm scared.
Alright,
Oh.
you guys follow the trail for what appears to be quite a bit of time. And then you come in. Oh, I did not lock this map. Cool.
Clearly,
Earthquake.
Sorry, Jess?
clearly.
Yeah. And you guys follow this trail. It leads you for quite some time. You're traveling quite slow. What's the order you guys are traveling in?
I
We
guess
just
I'll
keep
be
the
gone
same order.
first. Oh, I can't move myself.
Oh, you guys won't have control yet. Sorry. Ugh.
Ooh, I
Oh,
can
I just
talk.
gave Orion control of the wrong guy. What order are you in?
I'm happy to
Uh,
keep taking the rear unless someone else wants to.
Who's watching out for the forest itself?
Um,
Yes, I will be if I'm in the middle. I'll be looking side to side as we walk.
All
oh yeah.
right, roll a perception check for me then, please, Orion.
Okay. 14.
You've kept an eye out on your journey. You've heard the sounds of the forest appear to resume the further you got away from that clearing with the wolves and the hunter. And you don't see too much underneath the deep foliage and tree cover.
Okay. As we move onward.
Yes, he is. But we are.
As we leave onward, I'm going to suggest we take a break for a little bit.
Thank God.
Yeah.
You guys have
I'll be
entered into a
back.
clearing. We're not ready to go yet.
Sorry. Continue.
You guys, stop drawing, please.
It's not a drawing. It's a.
Yeah, marking.
Stop it.
Whoever it is, stop, please. I can do it. I'm the DM. Just let me do it. Don't do that. As you guys enter this clearing, you notice this is a hillside, and up on the hill here is in a clear plateau of grass that you guys can only see just barely the edges of. And these rocky walls appear to be 4 or 5 meters tall. All right. Shall we be back in 10?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Alrighty,
good idea.
rightio.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
And a plateau of grass atop. What would you like to do?
Uh,
I just thought those look like flowers. I want to
yeah, it looks like
investigate
purple
them.
flower.
All right, you're investigating the flowers? Roll an investigation check.
Which I believe I've got +3 for. It's a 9.
You can see that they are flowers. They look quite purple.
Can I check these flowers? Because they seem to be a different species.
Roll an investigation check.
13.
These flowers appear quite different. Actually, these sort of are a lot more green, and the stem and the stomata appear to be sort of a limeish yellow color, with only the petals being purple.
Can I
Ivar. Oh,
yeah, can I recall any information about the plants in front of me?
Roll a nature check. Now that you've
Uh,
seen them.
Nature, it was +2. +13.
You've definitely come across these in your time, specifically in this forest. You know that they grow in clearings where there aren't too many trees. You haven't ever tried consumption of these flowers, but seeing the petals, definitely you have an inkling that they are very familiar to what you saw shriveled up in the water this morning. Or the past morning.
Considering so I've got the water skin on me, so I'm going to tip a little bit out
Just onto
And,
the
like-
ground, or
Yeah, just like a little bit. Try and get one of the leaves out of the water so we can do a comparison.
all right. Roll me a dexterity check, because you have very big hippo hands, and the water might just blink on through.
Alrighty, that is a 17.
You successfully pour the water out from whatever water was left in the water skin. Pours out in your hand. One giant hippo hand. I don't think you have hands, but you're able to hold the water in a basin. You're able to look and see a leaf in there, and it looks. You put it up next to the flowers, and it looks very, very close to the flowers on the ground.
Cool. Well, I suppose we should grab some of these flowers. Maybe we can show them to the druid and try and identify what they are, and maybe find a way to counteract them if necessary.
Do we know exactly which one of the 3 purple flowers it is?
The one I recognize.
You're standing in front of 2 different types.
This is the one he recognizes. He's
Okay.
definitely seen this before as well, but I'm assuming he was investigating this. And you investigated these.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pluck one of the ones I recognize.
Alright, you gently reach out, and underneath all the petals of this flower, you pluck it from the ground. Roll a strength check for me.
Strength check?
Yep.
He's gonna crush it.
I'm having to rip it out of the ground like it's a tree?
Yep.
It's a 6.
You successfully lift up the flower,
Okay.
and you put it in a pouch on your waist or something, wherever you want to put it.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Whilst you're doing this, is anybody looking out currently?
Yeah.
So
I will
you're
be
keeping an eye out?
With the exception of when I was helping with the comparison of the flowers, I will be keeping an eye out.
Alright, roll a perception check for me.
Oh, this is the dice. I like this dice. Perception 19.
As you're keeping an eye out, you observe running from. You hear it first of all. You can't quite see it over the 5 or so meters drop that appears to be, but some rustling in the trees and some stomping of hooves as what appears to be a boar seems to leap over the edge
hearing it.
of this cliff and start
As I-
tumbling down on the ground.
As I heard it, I would have grabbed Ivar and pushed him behind me. I said, Ivar, look out! And sort of.
All right, roll
like,
a strength check.
Strength 6.
Do you get advantage?
On saving throws, not checks.
Oh, and that's only saving throws. You grab out to reach Ivor, but he's still reaching down and picking. He's just pocketing the flower, and the boar sort of lands directly on top of him as it spins and tumbles from above. Roll a. Hang on, let me look it up. I think it's a D. What is full damage, Jeremy?
Bludgeoning, isn't it?
No.
Yeah,
so
it's
fall down-
1d6 per 10 feet fallen, I think.
Yes, but I'm trying to remember what the minimum fall is. There's a
10 feet.
yeah. So
Which
yeah,
I've
it'd be-
said this was
5
5
feet.
meters, so this is
yeah,
that's
so
greater
we
than
D-
10
D-
feet.
Yeah, D6 for every 5 foot increment after the 10 feet. I think.
Well, let's.
Um,
Well, it's only 16 feet, so it's one die. 1d6 bludgeoning damage. Please, Ivor.
Oh, sorry, per 10 feet fallen.
Yeah,
2 damage.
you take 2 damage,
Okay.
and the boar itself lands on top of you with a start and does not look very good. It seems to have been bitten at by what you can only assume are more wolves deeper in the forest. Having landed on top of you, it then shoves its tusks into your stomach. However, the tusks on either side of its head go around you
Oh, okay.
because it did not want to hit you.
Is it
Time to question how big
What do you want to
of
do
a
with this
boar
boar?
it
It's
is.
just landed out in front of you and then tried to attack you, and it looks very injured.
I'm going to, I'm assuming my sword's still put away. I'm going to just swing my hand down into its head.
All right, roll to hit.
Um,
Unarmed strike.
Yeah. There's 15.
What the? That is a +6 on it.
Yeah?
All right. Having just seen the boar land on you, and you get back to your feet and see it try to like shove its tusks in you, you just bring your big hand down, smack with a fist onto its head, and it looks up at you and sort of like its head swirls in the air, and then it just collapses to the ground,
Okay.
crushing these flowers that it's on.
Good thing I pocketed some beforehand.
All right, what do you guys want to do?
I'm a bit bewildered. Boar just fell on my goddamn head. Damn, boar
By this
came out
time
of
of the
nowhere.
evening, it's starting to get towards the middle of the night, early evening. It's probably around 12, 1, 2 o'clock,
Okay.
somewhere in that region. You guys have gone quite deep into the forest.
Damn, boar came out of nowhere.
Just leave it. If you found another flower, maybe we should head back.
It is getting late.
Are the tracks still come up here?
Roll investigation.
I forgot about the tracks.
Nat 20.
The tracks got to be all around this clearing. There's tracks going up here, investigating these leaves and trees. There's tracks going into this area down here where Orion was earlier. Or it seems to be all over this clearing. But none past the clearing. No attempts you can see on the hill to try and climb up anywhere have been made.
So like multiple sets of tracks, recent, or it looks like they're like.
It
some
looks
are more
like
recent.
some are more recent than others. You'd say it definitely looks like either a person has been here multiple times or multiple people were here, but some tracks definitely look newer than others. Some tracks have nearly faded.
Mm-hmm. They've clearly been in the clearing. A little bit.
Yes, concerning if they've been here multiple times to gather these flowers. We very much so need to get this appraised or identified by that druid and find whoever's doing this as soon as we can before someone else gets hurt or they finish the job they tried to start.
I say we need to head back to town as soon as we can then.
It
We
would
could pick-
probably be wise.
We can pick up and investigate the rest of these clues. Morning light.
All right, so you
Was
guys are
that
leaving.
an owl or an alarm?
It's a rooster.
It was a faint core of a bird that you can't identify at this time.
Well, the boar
So you
has
guys
some
are
good
leaving?
legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like you're leaving.
Oh, he's gone through the forest.
It just sprints through.
All right. Can you guys control your characters?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, Ivar's in the woods.
I was.
What are the order of which you're traveling?
Just the same as always.
Yeah.
All right.
okay, okay.
Who's observing? Ivar, roll a perception check for me.
Okay. I believe that's +2. Never mind, it's +3. 13.
As you travel through the forest, the woods seem to be coming alive with lots of movement, but you're trudging through the forest loud enough that most of anything that gets too close to you hears you and gets scared away.
Okay. Onwards, gentlemen.
Oh, this guy's fast.
And sleepy, he wants to go home.
Usually sleepy people don't sprint.
You ever met this guy before? There's a bed calling his name.
Apparently.
What is the bottom of the woods?
Oh, daytime already? Oh.
You guys get back to the village, and the moon has definitely gone past the middle crook of the sky. You would probably approximate you're around 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning now.
Cool. Keep
We
heading
should
towards the
probably
tavern,
get
I
some
suppose.
rest. Jeez!
You guys can move quickly. That's fine. What the hell?
What?
As you guys approach the Prancing Pony Inn, you observe that most of the lights have gone out, just like everywhere else in the village. It's very late, and that the door is shut.
Shut
Ivar,
or locked?
I think it's up to you.
Shut. You
Gonna
don't know
try
if
and
it's
open the
locked or
door.
not. You haven't looked.
I'm gonna check the door and see if it's unlocked.
All right. You put your hand on the door and you wriggle around the doorknob.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear. It doesn't appear to want to move.
Alright, I'm gonna knock on the door.
Roll me a strength check.
15.
All right, with a loud boom, boom, boom on the door frame, you hear inside. Give me a minute. And you hear some scuttering around inside before the barkeep Graham appears, a bit dishevelled in some nightwear. He appears to have just woken up, and he swings the door open. Oh, it's you lot then.
I'd offer for rooms and food still available.
Yeah, grab your pick. Don't sleep with the dying man. Too late for this. Did you at least find something?
Few bits and pieces in the woods. We have a
Ah,
solid
The
lead now.
woods. Yeah. He sort of waves you past. He asked, but he doesn't really care, and he shoves you guys and just waves you upstairs with a dismissive flourish of his hand, and just sort of goes, "Go to sleep then. Any room. They're all empty." All right.
Okay.
You guys are in your. You guys are. There's a choice of 2 rooms
Oh,
available upstairs.
oh.
3 total, but obviously 1 is taken by Osric, not Osris, Osric. And you can see a light in his room, and you can hear a bit of scuffling about, and you think that maybe one of the elders is in there with him, just keeping an eye on him in the night. And on the other side of the hallway, you see 2 room doors.
I will softly knock on the door to Osric's room before I retire.
I'm just gonna bring the characters over here. Are you kidding me, man?
Yeah, it's probably kinder than what I was gonna do.
What were you gonna do?
I was gonna just crack the door open to
All right,
have
Osric's
a
in
quick
bed.
look in.
You knock on the door slightly. Ugh. Hang on, just dragging the character across. And there's a soft, "Come in."
I shall enter.
Alright, you enter the room.
I'll follow in.
And you see Osric still lying, very pale. He looks like he's gotten quite a bit worse since the last time you've seen him.
I will approach the elder.
Oh, how does he appear to be doing? All
Well,
things considered.
I'm not too sure myself. My wife, Edith, she's gone to sleep now, but I'm keeping an eye on him. He doesn't appear to be doing too well, sir. Please tell me you have anything for him.
We don't have anything that could help him yet, but we do have some leads and potential information on what was used to poison him. We need to inquire further tomorrow with this druid, and hopefully she can help us identify what this is and maybe craft a cure for us.
Rena, yes, she lives out of town. You're going to her then? Is it some sort of herbal poison or remedy?
We suspect it's a flower, a purple flower in the forest that blooms at night. We've managed to acquire some, but other than that, we don't know what it is or how it works.
Oh, okay, then, you best get some rest, I think. Osric will be here, God forbidding, in the morning. I'll keep an eye on him.
We appreciate that.
Alright. There's 2 rooms.
I'll grab one nearest to Osric's, I suppose, so that if
You
anything
walk
happens...
out of Osric's room, shutting the door gently. Orion standing to the left of you in the hallway, and you sort of give him a bit of a upturn of the head, and then you just swing open a room door, walk in, and shut the door behind you.
I don't just like slam it shut. I will walk in though. 'Cause there's
Well,
2
You don't
rooms
slam
and
it
3
shut?
of us. No, well, there's 3 of us in 2 rooms, so I will leave the door open in case they want to follow. But
Okay.
and I will just sort of probably. How big are the beds? Like, is this going to be?
How
am I
many
gonna sleep
beds
on the
are there?
beds, or am
The
I just
beds. So in each room, there's 2 beds. The bed is big enough that most of your body fits. Your feet slightly hang off the end. They're quite large beds, but are definitely not expectant of somebody from your stature.
I'm gonna take the other room. I don't want to be in the room with him while he snores. Have you seen
Yeah.
the size of him?
I guess I'm with you then.
That's a pity. All right, you guys going to sleep then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Newsflash: while I might snore, Boswell most certainly does not because he is quiet.
An
And
8
sneaky.
foot tall
I wouldn't put
hippo
it
man would
past him
make
if
the
he had
loudest
to
noise
use
when he
both
sleeps.
beds.
The 8-foot-tall hippo man is the quietest person you will ever meet. You wouldn't know he's there until he kills you.
Are you guys taking a long rest?
Yeah.
Guess that would be right because we're sleeping.
Yeah.
Yes, but it is around 3 or 4 in the morning. Take a
How
long
long
rest.
yes.
or-
We will be taking a long rest, otherwise mechanically we take a point of exhaustion.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
just saying
you
that
guys
because I don't
sleep.
know if these 2 know that.
We do
Is
now.
even if you short rest, you take exhaustion? I think you do still, right?
Yep. Yeah, you need I think depending on how you want to run it, most games I've seen it and played, it's if you don't get your rest every day, you'll take exhaustion.
Yeah, and sometimes after a long day of travel or exertion, you might get some exhaustion as well, depending on
Yeah.
how you
On
do
how
a
hard
saving
you
throw.
go, yeah.
All right, you two are cuddling in bed, and
Separate
it's
beds,
now
thank you.
around late mid morning to midday, and Boswell, you hear a knock on your door.
It's a shame we can't see the day.
Oh,
I
can you
shall
not?
No.
There you go.
I will go and answer the door.
All right, you answer the door, and Elder Yoren appears in front of you and sort of pokes his head in. Yes, hello, sir. He does not appear to be getting better. Are you well rested now?
Yes, we'll be able to head out shortly, I hope. Is your wife back attending to him?
She is, yes, at the moment.
Does she think how long? Does she think he will last through the day? How much time do we think we have to try and resolve this?
He certainly doesn't look too well, sir. That is what I would say.
Yes, well, hopefully he can hold in for a couple of hours while we go and try and get a remedy for him.
Thank you very much, sir. Are you going alone or bringing your companions as well?
I suspect
I
they
can
will
vouch
be.
personally for Ivar. He escorted me from Loxley through the forest. Did a wonderful job, kept me safe.
Well, I suppose they will probably want to be tagging along. I don't wish to speak for them, but last night they certainly seemed to be invested enough in this to be seeing it through.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. He sort of bows his head towards you and gives you a nod and some genuine thanks and a slight smile on his face before he turns back around and enters back into the room with Osric.
I shall go and knock on these two's door.
I'll open the door.
Good morning. I
Oh.
suppose we should probably start trying to head out as soon as possible. I've just spoken with the elder, and it does not sound like Osric is getting better. We're unsure how long he has, so the quicker we can try and resolve this, the better off he will probably be.
Okay, I guess we should hurry then.
Right. We should go speak with the druid then.
Yes, that would probably be wise.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
All right, we're right across the bridge now. You guys exit the tavern and start
Oh, this
crossing the
bridge
bridge.
is about to collapse.
Stop going so quickly.
I thought you said we were allowed to move quickly.
Yeah, you can move quickly when there's obviously not NPCs around.
Vroom.
As you cross the bridge, you hear the gentle humming of a woman's voice. You can presume that it is Kayla tending to a vegetable patch, humming gently, and you can hear sort of the brightness to her tone. And further north of her, however, you hear two rather sort of angry voices in a hushed sort of shouting match.
Hushed like they don't want to be overheard, or
Hushed as in they're just speaking. Yeah, they sort of
They're
keeping it to themselves, but
Yeah.
they're quite loud. So obviously, Kayla's attending to the veggies right underneath them.
What seems to be the matter with you two gentlemen?
As you approach, you hear the gentle. You hear this one yell out, "It's not true. He didn't. You're stupid. This is not what's happening. It's just the weather." And then he goes, "Ugh." The other guy turns to Ajun and says, "Sorry, sir. We're just having a bit of a disagreement over this crop."
Can I make an insight check on whether or not they just told me the truth?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Okay, I have a +5.
Yep.
I rolled a 7? That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
12.
I legitimately thought that was a 1. I'm not
I thought that was a
sure.
1, that's why I stopped for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
You definitely get the feeling that like they're at least mentioning the topic they're talking about, but probably not giving you the full picture.
Hmm. I wish you luck with your crop then.
Okay.
Well, what else do you want me to ask them?
Well, that's up to you, man. All right, you guys going onward?
I'm taking the forefront
No,
of
yeah.
talking with a lot of people.
I will approach them.
Oh, well, if you've got an issue with the crop, is there any way that we might be able to assist you in this matter? We might have some things we need to take care of first, but we should be in town for a little while. If there's anything we can do to help.
This one turns towards you and just goes, "Yeah, arrest Osric. He's poisoning it."
Oh,
And the one to his left goes, "Tullus, you know that's not true. Stop bothering these folk."
Osric's poisoning your crops, you say? Are you sure it was him?
The one on the left, the one on the right, you now know to be named Tullus, responds, "Aye, that crotchety old toad."
When were these crops poisoned? Do you know?
Over the last week or so, they've been dying. It's Osric, I'm telling you. He doesn't like the fact that these crops be doing better than his.
You saw him poisoning the crops?
No, I'll admit
Oh.
that.
Well, it's
But we know it's him.
It's a mighty fine assumption to be jumping to then. But
his-
I can tell you that if we have time, in the time we spend here, we can look into this. If it's not Osric, we can try and find out who else it may be.
the guy to his left, as soon as he said he knows it's Osric, sort of slaps him with his backhand on his shoulder and turns towards you and says, I'm truly sorry about him. My name is Reed. I'm a farmer. We work together on this crop. It's been dying the last week or two. It's nearly ready for harvest, and yet the northward part near the forest appears to be dying away. Now, Tullus here, he swears up and down that it's Osric. But Osric's just a crotchety old man. Nobody really likes him, but I don't think he would stoop to this level.
Yeah, well, we can take that into consideration. We can't look into it right away, but I can promise that at least myself, will be willing to investigate this further in the next day or two.
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. That would be a 12.
All right. Reed seems to be nodding along with you, and Tullus looks towards you and seems to have calmed down a bit from his verbal shouting match and just sort of gives you a side eye and says, "Oh, when you find that it's Osric, don't catch me surprised. Crotchety old thing. Filthy toad." And he sort of spits to his right, just off to the ground with a
Well,
and
I
turns
thank
away
you
from you.
I thank you for your time. I promise you that if I do find anything, I will let you know.
All right, Tullus sort of just gives you a backhanded like swing of his arm and walks into the crop, heading up north to actually give it a bit of a look. Whereas Reed sort of just turns to you and says, well, thank you, sir, thank you."
It's no problem, I assure you.
He starts heading in as well to the crop.
Well, gentlemen, shall we continue on towards the druid then?
I guess so.
Yes, let's.
Alrighty, radio.
What did you
Oh,
want me to
lefty,
do
lefty.
with those guys? I don't want to
Well,
hear about that.
you just see them arguing with each other, and you enter, and you're just like, "Well, all right then."
What do you want from me?
do what Jeremy did to like interact with him, ask him what's going on.
Well, it's kind of
It's
within.
fine.
It's kind of what
rather than
Ivar's thing
directly-
is. He
Okay,
just
rather
but
than
I will
directly
then
with it.
ask you to adjust that a bit, Chase, because as a DM, I need you to interact with the NPCs that
Yeah.
I'm creating.
The alternative
can't
is
just be
having a
a-
hushed argument. We could have just sat there and eavesdropped for a minute.
Yeah, you could have listened. Maybe I would have made you roll a stealth check or something. You just walked up, said, "Okay then, bye." It's fine. Don't worry. Get me wrong. It's just maybe Ivar grows into being a bit more of a people person, but I need him to be able to interact with NPCs.
Yeah, that's what
Alright.
That's what I want.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
then.
good. It's just he still needs to give me a little bit of something, or he's learning from his friends along the way. I think I've just given. There you go. You all should have control now.
Yeah.
Cool. I shall approach the door and I will knock on the door.
Time to go jump the fence now after the
Strength
last
check.
check.
Strength check to knock on the door. Sure.
Yep.
Strength check. That is a 9. And I'll just say
You knock. Decently sized knock, but you don't really get any responses.
I'll just say, we're looking for the Druid Reader. Would you? Is there anybody here by that name?
How loud do you yell out?
Like, not obnoxiously, but like trying to make myself heard to
You
anybody who
definitely
would
get
be.
your voice up there then.
Yeah, like definitely loud enough that if there's someone here, they will hear me. But I'm not
Make
like
a
shouting.
performance check.
Seven.
Your voice is loud enough in a more theatrical way. Get in a square. Stop getting on top of him. That you alert the a figure working in the back fence, and she yells out, "Sweeties, nobody's home. I'm out the back. Please come round if you're looking for me."
Yep. Alright.
Of course, Chase is happy with that.
Finally, an excuse to climb into a garden.
You're not in a garden. You're at the fence. As you approach, you see the fence appears to be about as tall as Orion, with some slits in it that lets you see a well sort of dressed in green with a dress and bright amber hair woman in the garden, looking quite happy, I must say, as you approach. And she says, "Well, hello there, sweeties. The name's Reen."
Good morning. I am Boswell, and these are my compatriots here. We were wondering if we could trouble you for some of your time.
Ugh. She sort of gives you a look over and goes, "What's that boy Alveric done now?"
I'm sorry, you must have misunderstood us. We are not here about any Alveric. Rather, there's been a situation in town, and we've got issue with some flowers we suspect might be poisonous. We heard you as a druid might be the expert opinion around here, and wondering whether you could look at them for us and see if you could find a way to counteract the poisonous effect of these flowers.
She sort of gives you a look over and brushes back a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing what appears to be pointy-ish ears. That you get the impression that she's actually a half elf. And she looks at you and goes, "Well, show me the flower then, dear."
I've got some here right in my pocket. I take it out of my pocket and like hold it to the fence to try and give her a better view of it.
As you pull the flower out of your pocket, you see it visibly start to wilt in the sunlight.
I'll quickly cover it then, I guess, with my other hand.
Roll a dexterity check.
That is a 3.
Oh. Covering it does not appear to be working too well for you, and it's visibly wilting quite quickly now.
Well, I'm trying to show her.
You're pretty far away from her. She's got a slit in the fence here.
Alright, I'll move over here then. With the flower as quick as possible.
All right. You dart forward, and Boswell sort of stands back at it, letting you get close to the fence, and you hold your hand out, and she sort of goes, "Wow, hello," and then she looks at your hand, and she stares at the flower. Sorry, I nearly lost my dice. She stares at the flower, and gives it a bit of a look over, and says, "Well, what are you doing with Night Sorrow?"
Alright, Sorrow? You recognize this?
Yeah. I recognize that purple anywhere. It's a night sorrel flower. It grows in the forest. Very, very interesting stuff. Why do you have it?
We found traces of a flower just like it in the water of the farmer, Osric.
He's been poisoned, we suspect, by this flower, and we're hoping that you might be able to craft a remedy to help us save him. He's not doing too well.
She sort of looks at the flower and then glances sort of over the top of the fence to get a look at you as you're speaking, and she sort of shakes her head and goes, "Well, it'd depend how long it's been, but this night sorrow definitely would be the stuff to poison somebody with around here."
Well, he passed out yesterday. We're not sure how long the flower might have been in his system, but that's when it was noticed. He's got lips purple and fingers as well. We found the traces in his house yesterday, so with any
Well,
luck,
it's
it will
quite
have
quick
been
acting,
recent.
so it wouldn't have been more than an hour before he ingested it. Yesterday morning, you said?
Yes. Exactly right.
I can see what I can do, but night sorrow is a very dangerous thing, you see. Did you happen to find any green brittle bush nearby? Or deep in the forest?
Can't say that we did.
At
What-
hearing the name Kane, you remember that flower, the green brittly flower that you were investigating and leaning over it in the dead of
Okay.
night. And you sort of have an inkling that might be what she's talking about, but you're not quite too sure.
Well, Ivo didn't see it.
I didn't see it. Ryan's the one who saw it.
The boar dropped
Why-
on his head. He saw a boar instead.
What exactly does this bush flower thing look like?
Sorry, was that you speaking as Orion, or you speaking
Yeah.
to me?
Me speaking. No, Orion speaking.
You need to put a bit of emphasis on, man.
What? Chase
Um,
was just doing his voice.
If you
Chase's
need
voice
to,
he's doing a voice.
just specify that Orion will step forward and speak if you need to.
Okay.
It can help, yeah. 1 second. She turns towards you and sort of says, "Well, it's quite green. Resembles a bit of a bush, and then there's this sort of pale yellow stem with again purple petals. Do you happen to find some?"
Oh, I think I did see some actually.
Did you grab it? Did you get
Unfortunate-
some quickly? Give it to me.
Unfortunately, I didn't. I didn't realize how important it was.
Oh no.
How much
She sort
time
of
do we
glances
have?
at you. Not long. I will quickly gather some supplies and head into town. I'll do what I can for him. You had better go get that flower.
You want us meet you in town?
Meet me back in town.
Okay,
Alright.
thank you for your assistance. We shall hopefully
She's
see you
just
soon.
zooming
Oh
around
my
the
God.
garden. She's getting her stuff ready. She gets in her house.
We better get going then. We don't seem to have much time.
Yes, yes, we better
Alright,
move.
you
as quick
guys
as
exit
possible.
left, exit
Oh.
stage right,
Yeah.
and you. I'm assuming you're heading back to the Night Flowers.
Yeah, we're heading
Yeah,
back to
yes.
the forest.
At fast pace.
Oh, and it's nighttime again.
You're over here now.
I guess I'll lead because I saw it.
Yep.
Over here.
Quickly, let's grab some.
About
grab
an
a couple.
hour has passed between when you met the druid. That's how deep in the forest.
These are
you've
the
gone.
flowers you saw.
Yeah, from her description, these seem to be right.
Grab
Quick,
some.
let's grab it. Let's grab a few. Grab as many as we think we might need.
I
Better be
grabbed about
safe.
a handful or two.
You start plucking them out of the ground and start storing them in your bag. All right, you've got the flowers.
We need to
Let's
head back.
We better hurry.
All right, what's the order you're heading back in?
I'll rush forward, I guess.
All right, roll a d20 for me. Perception.
I'll be at the back.
That's in that one.
You see trees.
Okay.
Trees see you back, and nothing seems to happen in the forest. Where the hell have you gone, Jeremy?
I have no idea.
Ta-da!
I'm there,
Oh.
Kane. Of course.
Okay. It's later in the. It's been a couple of hours, maybe 4 or 5 since you left the village last.
Yeah.
The farmer Reed appears to be strolling through his crops, and you hear some gentle humming, still from the vegetable patch down beneath you.
We don't have time. We need to get to the tavern as quickly as possible. He's
Who's
doing
doing
the
these
noises.
footsteps?
It's
I
Jeremy.
like the
sorry.
footsteps. Keep them up.
Sorry,
As you approach the front of the tavern, you're interrupted by a yell. Well, hello there, sirs. Would you like to buy some wares? I got some wares.
Maybe some
ignore
other
it.
time.
I'd say maybe a bit later. We're in a bit of a time-sensitive matter at the moment. Sorry to have to move on so quickly.
Whoa! Got the whirlwind that's just past him. He does like the Scooby-Doo spin in circles.
The idea of not getting
Whoa,
money
hey,
has upset
certainly
him.
We're going somewhere fast. The mayor is actually here. That's why I put the mayor here. Oh, I need the
Of
druid.
course.
Where is my druid lady? She should be here.
She's dead.
There she
So-
is.
Still
All
loitering
right, you
in the well.
guys. Sorry.
Still loitering in the well where she vanished earlier.
She was actually in between the maps.
Oh,
She was at the
Alright.
well the morning you guys arrived in town. You guys approach the room, and there does not appear to be much noise coming from inside.
Knock on the door.
Oh.
And then
You hear a bit of a gentle sigh, and then you hear Elder Yoren sort of not shout out, but speak. Yes, come in.
are we
William
too
Clark.
late?
I'm afraid it appears so. He's not doing very well. Poor Rena has tried everything she could do for him, and he's too far gone, we think.
We have the plant necessary to help. Would it be any good now?
Hang on 1 second. Rena speaks up, and she gently just says, well, I'm sorry, sweeties, but I think it's too late. Maybe if we had the plant earlier, or there's no use thinking about that now, but he does appear gone. I don't think the brittle bush will do too much for him.
Our young friend here is a healer. Do you suppose if we tried the brittle bush with his assistance and maybe some magic, it might be possible to turn this around?
A healer, you say? Rena sort of looks up and glances at Orion, and then glances back at him and gives Orion a bit of a once-over with her eyes. Well, it wouldn't hurt to try.
I will pass her the flowers.
Thank you, dear, but it's too late for these.
Don't,
Might want to try that.
You might want to
Mag-
use your hand trick that you used
that
on me
magic thing
first.
you did to him yesterday.
I don't know why you didn't do that first. I'm gonna shove him forward.
He splurts into the room in front of, standing to the side of Osric's bed.
I
Roll
will-
a medicine check before you do
Oh.
anything.
Okay. 10.
Okay.
Middle of the road.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I will try my strongest healing spell. Cure wounds.
All right. There's no point rolling your dice. Unfortunately, the magic pours out of your hands into him, and he sort of just rolls underneath it, and his eyes sort of loll back further into his head, and he shrivels into the bed more so. The man is dying.
So. It doesn't look like my healing is gonna do too much here.
The mayor turns to you and says, "Well, do you have any more spells? Could you try something else? That was one attempt. If you're a healer, surely."
I've seen that spell cure a lot more than.
Have you?
No.
Roll a persuasion check.
No.
Roll a
Give me.
persuasion
Shut
check.
up. Shut up. Give me a second.
No, roll a persuasion check.
Let me actually get my words out properly.
Okay, get your words out properly.
Jesus. I've seen that spell cure wounds before. I'm not sure what else he could do.
Okay, roll a persuasion check.
There you go. Jesus, wouldn't let me finish.
It sounded like you had finished.
No, it just came out wrong.
All right.
Just a flat D20. 2.
Oh,
He stares at you and sort of stares back at Orion. Yeah, sir, please, anything you can do.
Kane,
That
hit him
spell
with
didn't work. Maybe you've got another one.
Kane. Hit him with spare the dying.
Oh,
Like read your spells, dude.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
okay, I'll try spare the dying.
Roll a medicine check.
22. That okay.
22.
Yeah.
Before you, Osric seems to go still, seeming to have passed, or at least lost full consciousness. And you place your hands on him, touching his arm, and magic flares through your arm, visibly circling around your wrist and pouring forth with the fingers that you're touching him with, as he lets out a loud exhale, seeming to come back to life and laying still.
Oh, thank God.
I didn't realize you had something like that in your arsenal.
Well,
I.
it's the first time I've ever had to use it.
The mayor turns to you and says, "Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Although you don't exactly inspire confidence, I appreciate you at least stabilizing him. Could you present the flower, please?"
I hand her the flower.
Okay. And she says, "Thank you then, sweetie. This will be a couple of hours. I think he will be fine until then. Now get out."
Oh, okay.
He
Jeez!
turns towards you and gives a shooing motion. And she looks towards the elders in the mayor and says, "You too. I need quiet and concentration
Ooh,
for
she's
this to
serious
work."
about her job.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
We'll get out of here.
Well, they jumped out the window.
Yep, they jumped out. They went quick, man.
We
They didn't
jumped
want to
out
deal
a
with her.
window.
All right, you guys go downstairs from the tavern. The day
Yeah.
is yours.
Huh.
It's now around mid-afternoon, 2-ish, 3 o'clock.
Do we go and have a look at those crops? I mentioned poison. Maybe whoever's doing this might be trying to poison more than just Osric's water.
Possibly.
It's our only lead so far.
They said that they thought it was Oswick, didn't they?
Mm.
Yeah, I also sense there might be some bad blood here. They've got no evidence or anything other than they don't like him. The fact of the matter is Osric's been poisoned, so I suppose it's highly likely that someone might be trying to hit all of them.
It does seem possible.
Just let us go speak with the crop farmers then.
Da-dee-da-dee-da, da-dee-da-dee-da.
Dum 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 dum.
All right. Roll.
You gotta
I
say
don't know.
stealth?
Would this be acrobatics or stealth checks to make sure you guys aren't trampling the crops, or survival? What would it be? Maybe just a flat dexterity. Just give me a flat dexterity check. All of you.
Oh, damn, that's a 7
Total?
total. I rolled really bad.
What did you roll?
A 3.
Oh god damn.
Mine's a 6.
What did you say the check was for?
Dexterity.
Dex. I think it's a +1. 6.
All right, the three of
Well-
you enter into the crop. How do you enter?
Before we enter,
try
can
and-
I call out? To see
Sure,
if
call
anyone
out.
answers?
Give me a performance there. What would you do for this, Jeremy?
To call out.
Yeah, like what type of throw? Would it be like
Probably
Constitution or performance?
to call out to someone, probably performance.
Yeah, okay, good. Performance throw, please.
5.
You call out, but your voice is all shaky because you have no confidence in yourself and nobody hears you.
Oh.
I'll try
Alright.
and yell out to them, I guess. Seeing that the young man next to me, his
You
attempt
guys-
has landed so poorly.
Roll performance throw.
Performance.
He's gonna get worse.
17.
Oh.
You yell out, but unfortunately, they appear to be too far away. They don't hear you.
They're too far away. We're gonna have to head in after them.
Yeah, I suppose we will. It's
How do you head in?
Is there any sort of path in there?
There's some like you can see some tilled spaces that the
Ah.
crops growing in, like rows, like boom, 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 boom.
We'll try and walk in between them.
Okay, cool. Are you walking single file or next to each other? Or
No,
Single
it's-
file.
Single file,
single.
I guess.
all right, you guys walk single file, doing your best to not trample any crops. And Boswell, you notice behind you, all of the crops start just getting flattened as you walk in.
I
Why'd you guys teleport back?
don't know why. I
Huh?
was moving, and then those guys just went backwards.
Where are you guys
Well-
teleporting?
Yeah.
Just then, when I assume you moved us.
Yeah, I moved you back into the crop field because you moved out of the crop field.
Yeah, I
I'm
moved forward.
just
I'm like,
making sure I'm staying behind Chase because we're meant to be single file.
What are you? Hang on. What are you guys? What are your passive perceptions?
13.
13.
16.
16. Kane, you notice a small, I wouldn't say small, but a young boy on the verge of becoming a man, probably 15 to 16 years old, at the edge of the crop field. Along, all of you notice as well, this edge of the crop appears to be doing quite a bit worse than the part that you just trampled and came through. But there's some cut down tree stumps where you can only assume the farmers have been attempting to enlarge their crop field and start going a bit into the forest. This boy runs up to you, Ivar,
No?
and as he gets closer, you do not notice him
Okay.
until roll a perception check.
Oh, perception.
Yeah.
Sports.
In his hand is grasped a wooden stick that appears to be carved.
It's 5.
Appears to be carved into the shape of a sword, and he runs at you, charging, yelling, "On guard!"
I rolled a 5 on that.
Yeah.
Under perception.
So you turn towards him as he's swinging this wooden sword at you. What is your armor class?
15.
And it he swings it at you and sort of stumbles a bit, and it cuts just a bit short of you. It definitely wouldn't have cut any skin, but it might have given you like a solid bruise on the arm. And he stumbles over himself and says, "I'll get you next time."
What to say to this kid?
He's a young man. He's like 15, 16 years old.
What might your name be there, young man?
Well, I'm Alverick, you see. Practicing to become a knight.
Oh, it's a mighty fine goal indeed.
I'll become a knight and protect this land. Sorry, I just got a Discord notification.
Oh.
I just got another one. It's Kane spelling Alverick. Alverick.
Hey.
Do you want to hear how he spelt it?
No,
Yeah.
Elvric.
that's
I
Albert.
mean, it's close.
You're honestly not too bad. Yeah.
It's close.
Alvaric turns towards you and says, "I'm going to be a knight of Marindor." And he holds up his wooden blade and shows you it. "See? I'm practicing." And he gestures towards towards his hip, where another wooden stick that is made into the form of a blade lays.
Maybe you should bring out your weapon.
What do you want me to do?
You haven't asked him any questions yet, other than what he's doing.
Well,
threaten him.
Well, Elverick, my name is Boswell. I'm a bit of a wandering knight, if you will, myself. I was wondering, have you seen anything funny going on in this here town? Anything going on that shouldn't be?
In this town, not so much. It's in the woods. I might have seen something, but if you want my information, you must best me in battle.
Oh,
Isabella,
Alrighty.
my first thought was to deck the kid. All right.
Yeah,
Who do you want to challenge then, kid?
Alverick turns towards you and says, "The old man." Oh, sorry, the old man. The real crotchety-looking one. And he hands you, holding by essentially what is the blade, the wooden sword, giving you the shaft of it.
I love the
You sound
Scooby-Doo
like
laugh.
Scooby.
Sorry.
there?
What the pommel? He gives you the pommel of the weapon.
Did you giggle at the word shaft? Are you serious?
No.
You child.
No, I promise.
Oh Lord.
He hands you the pommel of the wooden blade. So
Sure.
hang on.
I'll take you up on that, kid.
All right. Roll initiative.
Find
He gets in a pose ready to strike you.
roll initiative on this. It's a
Yep.
15.
Oh.
This is the weapon you're currently using. It's essentially a club.
Okay.
Okay. You hold the sword. How do you hold the sword out? What are you doing with the sword? Are you just holding it? Are you holding it out in front of you?
Yeah, I've got it gripped out in front of me.
I'm gonna laugh if you lose.
You gently hold the sword out in front of you. You're obviously not taking this seriously. Your hand is barely on the sword. Before, in a split second in front of your eye, Alveric swings his sword at your sword, knocking it straight out of your hand because you're barely holding onto it, and then swings at you again, hitting you, dealing 4 bludgeoning damage, hitting you on the shoulder. And he just goes, "I don't have that, old man!"
How does his stance look? Like he looks like he's got good form, or is this just a kid?
He roll an insight check. Insight actually.
13.
You can see that this is obviously very well practiced. He's quite a bit more skilled than he would have looked, just swinging it around wildly. But there's definitely some talent there, if not
Yeah.
the result of hard work.
But like definitely self-taught. Like no one's teaching.
Self-taught. Nobody's taught him a thing.
I'm gonna just clap seeing this happen.
Technically, it's Chase's turn. You no longer have a weapon.
Just take
How
a
far out
swing
of
at
reach is it?
You can take a swing at him. The weapon's on the ground here.
Punch him.
You can pick it up if you'd like.
Sure, I'll pick it up and take a proper swing at him. Do I
All right,
roll to
you
pick
you
it up?
sort of laugh after rubbing your shoulder where the wooden blade has hit you. You go, huh, and then you bend down and sort of go, "Well, I'll teach you something, kid."
Can you let me speak for myself?
I don't know. I'm having
You
fun with
certainly
this.
surprised me, kid. I'll take you more
There you go.
seriously this time around.
That's what you say.
That's-
And he just sort of laughs and goes, "Ha! Whatever you say, old man."
I'm gonna take a swing, but I won't hit him in the head or anything. I'll try and like swing and like smack his hand and try and
Roll
knock
to
the
hit.
weapon out of his. What's the? Is there only 2 hit bonus?
You don't get any modifiers. It's a club. That's just a 1d4.
Nat 20.
That's exactly what he rolled. Okay, roll damage. And double whatever the dice roll is.
Oh yeah, it's
You're about to kill a kid.
it's 1d4 and then I need to double it. Is it?
I assume a non-lethal attack.
That'd be 6 damage.
As he's laughing at you, you swing, you crack your blade out quickly, hitting him on the wrist where he's holding his wooden sword, and he drops it with a yelp, and he flinches back, half falling to the ground and stumbling at his feet. He goes, "Ah, well, you got me there, old man. I'll tell you what you want. What did you want to know?" Good fought.
Hippo Man was asking questions.
Well, you said you saw something funny going on in the forest. I was wondering whether you could tell us a little bit about what you've seen.
Yep. Sorry. I was reading something that I'd written earlier, right?
Did the kid just zone out or something, huh?
Oh, that made me laugh. I just drank water.
Yep.
Yeah. I can tell you something.
I think I hit the kid too hard.
He sort of stares at his wrist and just goes, "Oh." Sorry, what were you asking him?
What he said he'd seen something funny or something odd going on in the forest.
He turns towards you after looking at his wrist and goes, "I've seen movement in the forest, just a little bit past here, and I'm not too sure what it is. I practice around here a lot, but I'm not too sure who or What goes in there?
Can you describe this person you said it was? Can you describe what they looked like?
Hang on, one sec. Well, it definitely looks like a human. I'm sorry, that's about really all I can tell you. I've only seen them from a distance, and they seem to move very quickly. I can show you where I've seen them before, though.
Yeah, yes, that would be mighty helpful.
All right, and you guys travel into the forest following Elveric.
Those mushrooms look like pepperonis.
Pepperoni.
Try eating one then.
No wonder the kid made me look like an idiot in Nat 20. God damn it.
He's a professional.
Elveric sort of takes a couple steps into the clearing and says, sirs, I've seen a lot of movement around here. He gestures with his wooden sword that he's still holding. Either you've still got the other one on your person, and he gestures behind him, especially towards this big tree.
We can't move.
Oh.
Yeah, we kind of glued.
You know what? Honestly, I might just change the settings. Uh-oh. Right, Raggy.
What'd you
Oh
do?
no.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Raggy.
Oh,
Have you guys just gotten
no.
kicked?
Nope.
Okay, hang on. Here we go. Here we go. I'm back in. Am I back in?
I don't know.
Well, I'm loading, so let me know.
I mean, you're in the players menu.
Okay,
plus,
I'm back
so
in the
it's
players
a-
list. Let me just change some permissions so you guys can.
Yeah, just don't exit out of the program.
All right, can you guys change movie characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you can move other people as well. Just don't,
Oh,
or I will have to
okay.
put it back the other way.
Okay.
All right, he's just gestured behind him, especially at this big tree here, with his wooden sword.
You should probably pass the sword back to the kid.
He moved away from me, god damn it. I'm gonna tackle him in a second. Here's your sword back.
He sort of looks up at you and goes, "Well, sir, you've defeated me. You can keep the blade."
I have no need for a stick. I've got a better blade on my back.
Roll a persuasion check.
He's gonna make me keep it.
You're gonna have to use it as your sword from now on.
7. He's gonna make me keep the stick.
He gives you it was a very low DC, Chase. It was a 5 DC.
Oh, thank God.
He sort of stares up at you and says, "I suppose that steel probably is a bit better, but unfortunately, I can't quite convince Gregor to make me one. He seems to think I'm gonna cut off a limb or some fingers." And then he takes the blade and shoves it in his hip pocket.
If you want, kid, I can show you some things. You have good promise.
Well, thank you, sir. That would definitely be appreciated. I'm planning on going to Belfair as soon as I'm able. See if I can't get some training there. I think there be a couple of city guard. Maybe they're in the lookout for some more.
Do I notice any tracks?
Roll investigation.
6.
You see on the ground there is dirt and grass and sticks.
There seems to be dirt, grass, and sticks on the ground.
Well observed. You're not very smart, are you, kid? Let me have a go.
Albrecht perks up and goes, I'll have you know that I do quite well for myself.
Don't worry, Elric. He wasn't talking to you.
Ah.
Yeah.
I
got
heard
no-
the word kid. Everybody calls me a kid, but I'm a man. Sorry, but I'm a man. His voice breaks as he speaks.
Ah, perfect.
So was this one. but he seems very unsure of himself still.
How old are you, Orion? You're
He's
what?
like 20 something.
22.
You're early 20s, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's the youngest.
Yeah. So you're a couple of obviously you're a couple of years older than Alberic. Not that you guys know how old each other are, considering you don't speak to each other. But all right. Alberic turns and says, "Well, I've showed you my business. Time for me to go."
Whoa!
And he just sprints off, swinging his sword in front of him, all merry derrily like.
Runs into a tree.
Hang on, let me roll a dexterity saving throw. He does not run into a tree.
God damn it!
Runs
Oh.
off into the forest. All right, you guys are in a wooded clearing.
Do you guys
I
see
will-
anything abnormal?
Oh, what have I done?
Jeez, he shrank.
What have I done?
What have you done?
He fell off.
I was trying to move my character and he resized. I'm going to investigate this tree where he said there was lots of people or person
All
going.
right, roll a movement.
No.
Roll a
Sorry,
what?
a movement. Roll an investigation throw. I just read the word movement. That's why I said movement.
That's 4
Total or just the roll?
total.
You can see in front of you a tree. It has some branches and some leaves.
You see anything, Boswell?
No, I don't. But
Would you like
I
to help him look?
Yeah. Let me have a crack.
Yeah.
at it
Okay.
as well.
Roll another time because there's an advantage now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. As this is not my forte. That's better. That's a 19.
Okay. You notice that there's actually quite a few tracks that appear to lead up to the tree, and then it just disappears. And as you observe and look around the clearing, you notice that seems to be the case with lots of trees. There's tracks coming to or fro, but never any sort of clear route that this being or humanoid or human might have taken.
So straight
You
to
can't
the
see
tree,
anything.
but it stops there.
No, it'd be like this. It'd just be like vump, and then vump, and then vump. There's nothing in the middle ground that would indicate that a person has crossed there. And most of them seem centered on this big tree here.
I'm gonna look at like the bark of the tree to see if it looks like someone might have been climbing the tree. If there's any like scuffs in the bark.
Roll investigation. Oh, you still get your 19, don't you? You look at the tree and it seems in pristine condition. Seems
Like,
to be
just it's in-
very, very well maintained and looked after. Roll perception.
Perception. 16.
You see that it is a tree. Let me just double check. Yeah, you see that it appears to be just a normal tree.
Well, this is mighty confusing. These tracks don't seem to make any sort of sense.
There's nothing that indicates anything else.
There has to be something going on here. Tracks don't just lead from nothing into a tree.
Do they look like human tracks?
Boswell, you observe that they appear to be humanoid in nature, but it almost appears as if it was barefoot.
Looks like it's possible. Whoever it was wasn't wearing boots or shoes or anything, though. Any of you might have any more information or understanding about something like this?
Not really.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
as you're speaking, you feel a slight tugging on your mind. Please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
14. Oh, sorry, 12.
12?
12.
Okay, let me just look at something real quick.
Oh god, he's looking at something. Whatever will we do?
He's dead. He just died.
Emerging from the tree that you were just looking at, taking a couple steps out from underneath its cover, appears to be what you can only assume is some sort of woodland spirit. And he walks towards you and turns towards you
It's the Lorax.
and says to you, "These are my trees. What business do you have here?"
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Apologize. We don't mean to intrude, but there's been some poisonings going on in the town, and we were led here. One of the town's youth thought he might have seen something, so we're just following leads to try and uncover what's going on in the town and the forest.
The creature speaks to... Boswell's still at the front. The creature speaks to Boswell. And you feel sort of a tugging on your mind again. As he says, "The forest is fine. The forest protects its own. Leave now." Jeremy, roll a wisdom saving throw.
11.
With disadvantage. Let me just double check. No, sorry, it's the other way around. This guy has advantage. He rolled well enough. You feel magically compelled to follow his instructions, and you give it no further thought and start to trudge off. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah.
Before we go, can I ask you something?
The woodland spirit sort of looks at you and sneers. "Leave the forest, boy. The forest protects its own."
Are you by chance involved in what's happening to the crops?
Roll a persuasion check. If you can persuade him to get him on your side.
Well done, Kane. Intelligent
19.
thought.
19.
Yeah.
He's still like smirking and glaring at you, but he sort of puts a green arm and a green hand on his what would be his hip and says, "And so what about it?"
Have you been poisoning the crop?
Turns to you and scoffs. "Ha! Why would I do such a thing? Never would I do such a thing."
Perhaps you're not happy that they made farmland here.
"Why would I be? They're cutting down the forest."
If we can convince them to stop tampering with the forest, would you be happy? Would you be willing to stop damaging their crop?
He turns to you and says, "Ah, but I just told you I'm not damaging the crop."
Do you
So
know
why?
what is?
How would I stop the poison?
Can I insight?
Yeah, roll an insight check. This is something you guys are gonna need to learn to do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's not getting it. 6.
You sort of get the feeling that he's definitely withholding something. You can't tell if he's lying or not, but it doesn't like you don't really believe him.
Okay. So he's a bad liar.
He is a bad liar, yes, but you aren't quite sure still.
Characters, see where
by any chance, do you know a way we can make sure their crops don't get any worse then?
It's too late for those crops, boy. He sort of snarls under his breath. They've encroached onto the forest. The forest protects its own.
Hmm.
Got nothing you can do?
No, I'm thinking.
Make a deal with him.
I just tried.
How long does charm last, Jeremy? Do you know?
Depends on the effect. Is it just like a straight up charm spell?
It's a fey charm. He sort of beckons his hand, and you come back over and stand beside him, and just sort of be like completely on his side. So you're completely on his side. You're trying to dissuade your Ivar and Orion that it could have anything to do with him. Jeremy?
So I'm just looking it up.
Okay. I've got it in front of me, but it just says that you regard him as a trusted ally that needs to be protected and heeded. You're not like fully under control, but when he can persuade the creature can persuade you quite easily, and you get advantage on any interaction socially or attack or ability check against you. Speaking of, roll a wisdom saving throw, actually. Ooh.
12.
You do not succeed. So you're trying to convince Orion and Ivar that he's to be trusted.
Whoa, that's my shit done. Oh, there it is.
I think you should start telling the truth, or I'm going to start cleaving your forest down.
Roll an intimidation, I think it is.
Yep, that would
Roll
be
intimidation.
what I'm after. That is a 6.
24 hours it lasts.
Yeah, it lasts a while, but you have to keep making saving throws by the look of it. The woodland spirit turns to you and scoffs. With that thing on your back, you wouldn't even harm the first layer of bark. Ha!
I'm truly looking for peace here. Is there anything that you want to make sure those crops don't get any worse?
I'm afraid it's too late for those crops. He sort of leans back and puts his hand on his head. They're already dying. The forest protects its own. Unless the forest... Well, never mind.
Unless what? May I ask?
No, you may not.
Why not?
Alright, Kane. Roll me a persuade. I'll give you persuasion again. Persuasion check.
16.
He turns towards you and just goes, well, it was an idle thought. Not one that would happen with you anyway.
Kinky bastard. Sorry.
He turns towards Ivar and stares before... Hang on, 1 second. Where is my dice? There is my dice. Before he reaches out his face shriveling up as if he just heard a great insult. And his arm thickening as the wood and green starts to grow before he reaches out and whacks you in the face.
I'm being punished for a joke.
Yep. +2 to hit. It doesn't matter. It hits anyway. Oh boy, you shouldn't have done that.
This is when he drops dead.
How much HP is he on?
10.
I'm gonna. Oh, that's the wrong die. Woo!
You rolled a D100.
No.
Insta
I rolled
kill.
a D12 instead of a D8, and it rolled a 7. And it has a +4, so you would have.
Oh.
It has rolled a 7. +4. He reaches out and clobbers Ivar, and Ivar just crumples as the wooden club that is this creature's arm hits him in the head.
Does that make him unconscious?
He's unconscious.
Do I
on the
get a
ground.
saving throw watching my companion just
You get a
drop?
saving throw watching your companion drop. Wisdom
Natural
saving
20.
throw.
Natural 20.
Not only do you break out of the charm, the connection is still there on the Dryad's end. So he has no reason to assume that the charm has broken. What would you like to do?
For one, I'm gonna healing hands my companion over here.
Boswell first. We'll go with Boswell
okay.
first.
So I'm like behind the Dryad, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at Orion and just sort of tilt my head to let him know that I'm back in control. And just sort of maintain my position behind the Dryad so I can act if this continues to get out of hand.
All right.
Okay.
And then you take a step towards Ivar
Yeah.
to put healing hands on him. As you take a step towards him, he steps forwards and says, "I wouldn't touch him if I was you."
And why is that?
He insulted the forest. The forest protects its own.
Didn't he insult you, not the forest?
I am the forest.
Ooh,
I am a
hey,
dryad.
Little bastard, ain't he?
Face spirit. I am the protector of these woods.
So, you're saying I can't take my friend away from here now?
The forest has claimed him. He is one with the forest.
I'm gonna level my revolver at the back of the Dryad's head.
All right. Roll to hit with advantage.
I'm not shooting. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You pull out your revolver and just level it, cock it, and level it at the back of the Dryad's head, and the Dryad is none the wiser.
Friend, I think we might want to reevaluate this situation. We are not here to cause you any problems. We're simply trying to resolve issues that may cause further problems for you in the future if they're not resolved now.
The Dryad swings around towards you speaking and notices the revolver in your hand. He takes in none of the words that you have spoken, and with his enlarged arm, tries to swing at you. You broke the charm! Oh my lordy lord.
What? He's about to kill Jeremy.
You rolled a natural 20, baby!
Oh, come on.
I can't take on this guy
Jeremy?
alone.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
how many hit points are you on?
13.
Oh, you're fine. He rolled a 2, so 4 plus 4, you take 8 damage.
He's an
I
aggressive
will
little one, ain't he?
I will fire the first round like straight up in the air.
We don't wish to fight you, sir.
Roll persuasion. That natural 20 hurt.
Or will
Well, actually,
be
it didn't hurt as much as
intimidation?
it hitting you.
19.
Oh, actually, hang on. That natural 20 would have been only to hit you. Let me roll. You take 5 damage, not 8. He rolled a 1 on damage. What'd you roll, sorry?
19.
He flinches back as you unleash the revolver bullet into the air. And stares at you. What do you wish for, then?
There is someone who has been taking night sorrow flowers from the forest and using them to poison the townsfolk. We're trying to stop whatever is happening to save the townsfolk. If the townsfolk are damaging your forest, we are also happy to talk to them and prevent any further damage to your woods.
He stares at you and sort of nods along. Well?
Well,
Go ahead, Chase hasn't had to roll a saving throw yet.
Technically, it wouldn't have been. If you guys had have attacked and rolled initiative, he would have, but
He's just knocked me unconscious. DM's
yeah,
discretion.
he's just knocked you unconscious.
Yeah,
Okay.
so damage can be non-lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not in combat, so I'm not going to make him roll saving throws. He's just knocked out. If it wasn't combat, I would have made him make saving throws though. Ivar might not have lived the first night. He turns towards you and says, "Well, what do you want from me then?"
I simply wish to know if you have any information, if you have seen or heard anything about the night sorrow and who might have been taking them.
The Night Sorrow are part of the forest.
Well, someone has been taking your flowers.
We, the trees, will investigate.
It
And
would
he
very much.
disappears. Before you can even respond, he just disappears, melding into the trunk of the tree. And going away.
Well,
Alright,
that seemed
Chase, you're on the
to
ground.
went
Make a
well.
saving throw.
Oh, I don't know how. How do I?
D20. If it's
Just roll a
less than
D20.
10, you don't use it. So you failed.
Yeah.
You might want to help him up.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll healing hands him.
Is this your second spell of the day?
This isn't the spell. This is
This
the
is
Oh, this
It's
is the
true.
one for long rest. Right up.
yeah
Right. You healing hands it, whatever the healing is. Hit it.
3.
You heal 3 hit. You put your hands on his chest, and magic seems to seep from your fingers into him, and he stumbles awake, desperately
I-
trying to get back to his feet.
I have put the revolver back away before he did that.
All right, so he doesn't know you have a revolver.
No.
Well, you
What
don't
do
seem
you
to be
hate?
much of a people person, are you?
Looks like threatening him didn't go very well.
Threatening people often doesn't go very well.
You sorted a deal with him?
I believe so. He's going to investigate the night sorrow flowers. And then he sort of ran off before we could establish further, so I suppose for now we should try and save the forest and stop the farmers cutting it. And hopefully that will get us enough grace with him to receive further aid or information in our endeavors.
I agree with him.
Right. Let's go talk to the farmers then.
La-di-da-di-da.
As we're going to leave, I'm going to grab Orion on the shoulder, not like hard,
Oh,
and just quietly just whisper to him.
I would appreciate it if you kept that quiet.
And then just keep walking.
All right, as you guys get
Okay.
around here, as you guys approach the way that you came, the dryad walks out of a different tree this time and
he didn't take long.
stands in front of you. The forest has seen many things. The night sorrow picked by you. The
Yes,
brittle, the brittle bush also picked by you. That is not protecting the forest.
We had no choice.
We apologize. We were trying to save a man's life. Have you seen anyone else before us who had taken it?
Roll a persuasion throw.
12 plus nothing. 12.
It doesn't matter. 12 works. 12 hits. He stares at you. Save a man's life. This night sorrow must have been used then. The trees have seen many things. People, they come and go. The trees observed a lithe one, smaller than you, sir. He addresses the gif at the back. Smaller than you. Picking the night sorrow. A couple of times. Also, taking some brittle bush as well.
Is there anything you can recognize about this person?
Ha! He shakes his head and lets out like a ha ha ha. Ah. The trees do not have eyes. I am their eyes. If I am not there, only the roots may tell us these things.
Well, we very much appreciate your help in looking into this. I can promise you that we will do all we can to try and get the farmers to stop cutting your trees down.
All right, he looks at you and just sort of gives you a nod before melding back into the tree.
Little
And as you
prick.
guys go to
What a
leave,
lot of good he was.
Alveric runs in with his sword held high. Huh?
Oh, he's gonna knock me out or
And then he
something.
looks around and yells, "Oh! Sorry!" And just disappears again.
What was that?
Roll an investigation check, Chase.
$13.
You can deduce from looking at him and his embarrassed expression when he saw that there were people there that is the work of the imagination, the very vivid imagination of a very active child, not quite man.
Not quite, man.
All right, you guys are leaving?
Yeah, apparently, yeah. We're gonna go talk to the farmers.
Oh, what the
Whoa!
fuck? That is not what I wanted to
Oh
do.
no, we're going down the river!
I'm in the river!
You guys are in the river. Okay, quick, make make acrobatic saving throws for the water.
Acrobatics.
Oh.
I'm just gonna start swimming.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I want to see what roll I got though. It's a 6. I
No,
would have drowned.
You would start drowning.
I would have drowned.
Kane would have had advantage on any rolls as well.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are back up.
Oh, that's not me.
And in the distance, you see Alveric running through the field. He goes, "Tulis!" and just runs masterfully. Actually, but let me roll. Not
Oh,
so
no.
masterfully through the crops, trampling a
No.
couple of them as he goes.
Can we
For
save
running
the
out.
farmers anyway?
Yeah, you see Tulis standing over here.
Okay.
Yes. Talk to Tulus.
Oh, he's the nasty.
He's the aggressive one, yeah.
I
Want me to
wouldn't say
talk to him? I'm
nasty.
really good at making friends.
Is that you speaking or is that Ivor speaking?
That's me speaking. I was just...
Alright.
Tulis, was it? Might we speak with you for a moment?
He spins. He was looking
Whoa.
intently at the crops, and he spins around and faces you and goes, "Oh, sorry, you surprised me there."
Oh, I apologize for that. That wasn't the intention. We have some information regarding your crops if you would like to speak for a moment.
I could speak for myself and Farmer Reed. We managed this crop together. It's a lot of work for the two of us. We got a few down hayfield stretch as well, but this one grows best because it's by the river.
As well, we I looked into the poisoning of your crops. I can inform you that it
You
was
found
not.
Osric, didn't you?
It was
He
not
shouts over the top
Osric.
of you.
It was not Osric that has poisoned your crops.
Roll a persuasion throw.
I does he not read? He's just not gonna listen to us, is he?
7.
He takes in what you're saying, but he doesn't give any indication that he either believes it or doesn't believe it.
What I can tell you is that your efforts here at cutting these trees down might be the root cause of your crops being poisoned. The spirits of the forest have not taken kindly to your damaging of their homes. And as long as you continue to cut trees, I suspect your crops will get worse.
The spirits of the forest. What spirits of the forest? He sort of he laughs out loud at first, and then he thinks about it and stares you down and just sort of like starts mumbling a little bit.
Nasty little blighters. Look what it did to me.
Roll a religion check, Chase.
Religion check.
Religion check. Oh, would Fae be religion? It wouldn't really, would it?
Oh, I have
Maybe
advantage.
history?
I have.
I'd say probably more Arcana than religion.
Roll an Arcana check, Chase.
I have advantage on recalling information about Fae. With
Well,
that.
then, yeah, you get advantage.
Okay.
Is it Arcana?
If,
Yeah, it is. It's to recall law.
If you're going
Yeah, yeah.
Arcana or religion, it's the same roll.
Yep. You get him.
It is a 5.
Holy.
Yep. Shouldn't have rolled those
Okay,
double nat
you
20s earlier.
you just think that it's you just know that it's a woodland spirit.
Hmm.
Tulus turns to you and goes, well, what spirit was it?
Tree spirit, I believe. That's why they're not taking kindly to you cutting down the trees of the forest that they call their home.
Tulus is apparently surprisingly well read on Arcana arts. He rolled a 19. He goes, a dryad?
Suppose so, yeah.
Roll an Arcana check, Jess.
27.
Is that what you rolled?
No.
I was gonna say, I don't think you got +7 of that, mate.
Arcana, that's a 7.
The name. Fuck my life. Does ring a bell.
Oh.
I'm going digging for a die. Give me a sec.
He's got a trader.
The name does ring a bell. It resonates within you, and you can confirm. Yes, that was a dryad.
Yes, I do believe it was a dryad.
Come here, you bitch!
Did the dice roll away from you?
It got stuck in my electronic, like my tray where I keep my power cords and stuff.
Come here, you little bastard.
Tulus turns back to you and says, well, we'll stop cutting down the trees at once then, sir.
I think that would be best
And then
for
he
everybody.
side-eyes you as well and just goes, did you see this dryad yourself, or was it
yes, we
Osric
did.
in some makeup?
I can confirm it was not Osric. He is not very well at the moment.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
If he fails
that'll
that,
be
really
a-
like Osric.
16.
okay.
But he firmly believes you.
But
He
yes,
turns-
we did see this dryad. He was not very sociable, but we've managed to work out an arrangement
I'll say.
of sorts.
He turns. He just after hearing that it's confirmed as a dryad, he just goes, "I need to let Reed know," and just books it away.
Ooh, these people are fat.
Hope he didn't destroy his own crops.
What's in their
You know what? I'll roll for it.
What's in their crops? Oh my god.
He gets advantage because he's the farmer. He rolled an 18 and an 18, so his crops are fine.
Okay. I had a feeling the moment you said 18, that was going to be the roll.
How much time has passed?
It was around mid-afternoon when you went to speak with the dryad. and you guys were actually there for quite some time, hence the saving throw. So it's nearly dusk.
Hmm.
I suppose we should go and check in and see if Osric's up yet.
I do agree with that one.
I could use a bit of food to recuperate myself.
And walking down the path where we have already.
Yeah, that's
You've already trampled everything, right?
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to roll again?
No.
Yeah, I'd rather not do any more damage to these crabs.
Fair enough. Then.
Oh, I'm teleporting again. Wonderful.
Are you?
I'm back where I was, but I teleported for a second there.
Oh.
All right. The tavern door is wide open. The prancing pony, and you guys can go straight in. Would you like to go up the stairs? You guys
Is
enter
the
into the
bar-
main room where there is
I'm gonna
the
go
bar
check on
is
the patient.
set. Barkeep Graham is rummaging around behind it for something, and there appears to be a couple people in the tavern, but not too many.
Want some food to heal.
Graham sort of turns to you and goes, "You want food? Heal food? I don't think we've got any bear heal at the moment. We do have a fresh deer. Would you like some venison?
Medicine sounds good.
All right, take a seat. I'll be with you soon. Any
I'm a-
drinks for you lads then?
Yeah, I might grab some ale, if that's all right.
Tankard of ale for the gift.
Rather a large tankard, if you have one, please, my good sir.
Oh, he's got a large tankard.
Nothing for me, sir.
You know, at the utmost silence that you guys had, he has just left. He's gone
Okay.
to get a plate of venison for the table, as well as a tankard, a singular tankard for the gift.
I suppose you two will be heading upstairs to talk to the druid.
Yes, we should probably see if Osric has improved. We'll be back down shortly.
Yeah.
All right, you guys climb upstairs.
Is the door closed at the
The
moment?
door is open.
I will.
1 second. I need to make some throws.
To see if he pulls through.
See if she succeeded in creating
Oh
a
jeez.
mystery brew.
I'm gonna get up there and she's like in tears or something.
Well, sure. Okay, the door is slightly ajar.
I'll like knock on the door frame before, like, slowly moving in.
All right, you slowly move it. You notice that Rena has taken a seat at his side, and is just sort of hunched over him, and he does not appear to be doing much better than when you left this morning.
Ooh, yeah.
I'll follow in after, obviously.
How does he appear to be coming along?
Hello there, sweetie. She turns towards you. It's not such good news, I'm afraid. I did my best with the flour, but it had been quite a bit of time. If it wasn't for your friend there, he would most certainly be gone by now. But unfortunately, I don't think he will survive the night.
Is there any other way that we might be able to help him that you know of?
I'm sorry, sweetie, but unfortunately, nothing that I know.
That's truly a shame, then.
Inventory. What am I looking for? I'm going to move into the opposite room for a second and pull out my scroll and quickly write a message to my contact. Basically explaining
One second, actually. 1 second. I'm just going to deafen the other two. This is personal information.
Hey, no, I want to listen. Let me use her up. I'm not even allowed to talk.
Welcome back.
Hey,
Good to be
Uh,
back.
Orion, in that time you stepped into the room. What would you like to do? Boswell has just stepped out.
Uh, sorry, just okay. I'll just look over the patient to truly check what I can see from him. From his
He does
condition.
not appear to be very patient. Sorry, roll a medicine saving throw. Just a medicine, the medicine throw, not a saving throw. I don't know what I'm about.
16.
You can see that this guy's nearly fucking dead, bro.
Does it look like if I used a spell or even spare the dying, he would last any longer?
I think you
or-
have spare the dying up again.
Spare
I
the dying
do.
Spare the dying's a cantrip.
Oh. It does not look like it would do too much, unfortunately.
Okay.
Caleb really out here trying
Um,
his hardest to let this man die.
Well, there was. I don't want to like say what you could have done, but yeah.
To bring out the plant earlier.
Bring out the plant area. You could have healed him before you left. Didn't do that.
Oh well, it's okay.
I'm just letting this play out, man. You might survive it. You might save him. Yeah, there is ways. I thought of
Yeah.
ways. There wasn't originally ways, but there is now. Rena turns to you and says, I'm afraid, I think the best thing that can be done at this stage is to find who did this. And I'll make him as comfortable as he can be. Unless you
Okay.
happen to have, sun tear petals.
Another MacGuffin to go find.
Well, do you want to ask where you might find sun tear petals?
Sun tear petals.
Sun tear petals, yep. That's
Sun
what they're
tear
called.
petals. Can they be found around here?
Around here, I'm afraid not. I believe there is some that grow in Ravenholm. And you never know what's in Duskmere either.
Oh.
So, I'm afraid unless you happen to have them on hand, then, we appear to be out of options.
Oh, Okay. I'll go to the others. Oh, actually, before I forget, I believe I had
Oh! Sorry,
What?
I'm muting.
What the hell?
Oh, they're back.
Oh, jeez, that
Yeah.
took a minute.
Yeah, well, he had to remember names from his backstory. Like, it
Yeah.
was his entire reason for being in this town.
Uh,
All right,
well,
Kane, you've just heard about the sun tier petals, as well as the other thing. Jeremy, you've emerged from your room.
Yep, I shall rejoin them in that room.
Okay, you're heading downstairs to the table.
Yeah.
When you arrive back to the table, Graham just sort of nods his head to you, delivers you a full gallon of ale.
Oh,
Just a whole like keg basically, and puts it down on the table, as well as a variety of assorted meats on a couple of platters, and puts it out in front of you guys.
Oh, why, thank you very much, there, Graham. How much do we owe you?
For your work this week, it's on the house.
Oh, that's mighty generous of you. I very much appreciate that.
Anything more? Well, then we might be talking some price.
Fair enough.
And he turns and looks right back behind the bar. All right, you
So-
boys are sitting around a table.
How's the
It's-
patient
it-
faring?
Not good. It turns out the only thing that might help now is something called a sun Sun. God damn it.
Sun tier.
Sun tier. A sun tier.
Petal.
Petal. Okay, I was right to. I started questioning myself. A sun tier petal.
Did you manage to find out where we might find something?
Oh.
Quickly.
He's talking to you, Ken. Stop typing.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing.
I can tell because you spelled everything wrong.
Look, I spelled need and A and sun.
Oh, it's
Right.
amazing. Stupid.
I hope you spelled A right.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, to be fair, I nearly spelled it with a H earlier, so.
Oh.
From what I know, they're not that close.
They're from Duskmere and Ravenhall.
From
Well, can we find them
Duskmere
in the
and Ra-
forest or something?
From Duskmere and Ravenhold. Wait.
Home, but whatever. You
Home.
get the point.
So there won't be any in ready supply.
Yeah.
There was nothing else.
I don't suppose you mentioned a vendor around here who might sell something like that.
Well, the only vendor around here is the guy at the front, isn't it?
I mean, the man that was shouting at us when we tried to come in.
I don't know. I ignored him.
As did we all.
Was he still out there when we came back to the tavern?
No, because it was I've just hidden him. It was basically dusk when you got back to the tavern, so he doesn't appear to be there. However, his cart is.
Ugh.
I suppose we need to find out where he's from, where he lives. Maybe we might be able to get him out to do some business late at night.
At this point, Graham walks over. Says, well, who are you looking for, then?
Oh, their vendor that had his cart set up out front of your in there.
Aye?
Yeah,
Elrond? What about him?
Do you know where we might find him at this time of day?
Normally in here drinking, but not quite sure at the moment.
Do you know where he lives?
Just 1 second.
I think his name was Elron.
Elron. Elron. Chase, would you like a negative or a positive?
What does that mean?
I'm choosing something. Negative or a positive?
He's a negative.
Jeremy, what's your thoughts on this matter?
Just give me one, Chase, or I'll choose.
Fine, I'll pick a negative.
Okay, you pick a negative.
That summarizes our situation at the moment.
Yeah, you're pretty negative. Bron turns. His name is not Bron. I've just mental blanked. Graham.
Yeah.
Brom is the fucking baker.
Yeah.
Graham turns back to you and says, yeah, just down Hayfield stretch. You'll notice before the crops there, house with a cart out front. Cheers, place. Though he travels frequently, it's often deserted. He might be there if you would, knock.
That's
Thank
good to
you.
know.
Thank you very much. You might have to go and find him.
Are you gonna finish your feed there, though, sir?
Of course.
All right.
Sure.
I'll let you guys, if you would like to, spend about an hour in the pub and have a short rest.
Yeah. I don't
What's
think
the
short
what
rest
time of
really
day
makes
is it roughly?
Around like 6-ish.
We have time.
But I'd give you a short rest for like an hour. How long does short rest need to be? From what I've read, I'm pretty sure it's an hour at the least.
Yeah, that'd be
So I'll give you. Say you went into there at 5:30. You guys emerge at like 7:30. I'll give you a short rest.
Cool. Where's my hit die?
And I'll give you a whoa, 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 whoa. Let me click on the map, please. There we go.
No,
What do I need to roll to heal?
you hit die.
You hit die, so a D10, I think.
Yeah.
For
Should
you.
be hit D10
Want me to roll for you?
Hey,
Oh, you didn't let me roll for you. I don't. Do I have D10? Oh, I do it. Yeah. Okay.
No point me healing.
Yeah, you don't get any spell slots or anything back either.
Nah.
It's a D12. That do be a D12. All right. Yep. You guys can emerge from the tavern. It is 11:45. If you guys want to stop, I'm happy to stop. If you guys want to keep going, I'm happy to keep going.
up to the others, I suppose.
Jeremy is
Try-
working night shift, so he can play for a little while longer.
So we can try and finish up the day. Try and find this vendor and see if we can't get some flour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Head towards the house that was specified.
Yup. Which was. Yes. Thank you.
Approach and knock on the door.
I won't even ask for a performance check this time. You guys knock on the door, and within a couple seconds, you're here. Well, yes.
We're looking for
He
the
popped out the
trader.
chimney, apparently.
Okay, man.
Elron pops out the front door and sort of shoves his head out, hat still firmly attached, and just goes, well, yes?
You are the trader Elron, yes?
Yes, Elron be my name.
We're wondering whether in your wares somewhere you might have some sun tier petals.
He stops and thinks for a moment. Sun tier petals? I have a lot of things. Recently traveled to Duskmere myself. Visited... He pauses for a second. Some of the towns and cities there. Before he scratches a bit at his facial hair, his beard, and goes, I think I did have some sun tier petals when I arrived in this town, but I think one of the women here bought them. He struggles to remember a name.
You remember what
Actually,
she
no.
looked like?
He rolled a natural 20. It was Kayla Brightleaf. Yeah, I remember what she looks like. A very pretty girl, that one. Orange hair, a green apron. Yeah, sold it to her yesterday, around afternoon sometime. When I first saw you folk, actually. She came by a little bit before that. But you guys didn't seem too interested, so I didn't hold nothing.
Well, that is more than fine.
Jeez.
Thank you for your time and information. Hopefully, if you're still around, we might have some time to peruse your wares tomorrow.
I do have some health potions, a couple other things. Essence of Pure Joy, some Silverthorn Leaf, Phoenix Ash Dust, but they're all a bit expensive. He sort of laughs and looks at the state of you three. I'm not sure you'd even be able to afford.
How
But,
expensive are you talking?
You feel free to look. How expensive? Well, the health potion goes for about 50 gold pieces, and
Oh,
that's
jeez.
that's the cheapest item that
more-
I have left, sir.
Oh.
More than we have.
Well, I hope this helps. And then he darts back inside.
Okay. Guess
We
we're gonna go
should
see
go
Kayla.
check. Yeah. This time, don't scare her too much.
I'm gonna jump through her window. Not
Huh.
my fault.
Alright.
She got overly aggressive when I approached her.
suppose we approach and knock on her door.
As you approach her house, you hear some hushed whispers from inside.
I shall try and overhear before I knock on the door then.
All right, roll a perception check.
They're not shagging, are they?
No, they're sitting down at a table enjoying what appears to be a cup of tea.
Ugh.
That is high. It's a 22.
You notice some hushed whispers. They don't seem to be talking about too much of anything, although you do hear briefly mention the name Osric, as well as if he's gone yet.
Interesting.
I'm going to file it for later and knock on the door.
The whispers come to an immediate stop as you knock on the door, and you hear a voice yell out, "Well, come in then."
My cat just destroyed like half my desk. Give me a second.
No worries.
I shall
We'll give you a
enter the
second.
room.
Well, follow
Oh.
suit.
Why, hello again.
Wait
Kayla.
for Chase. Chase, you back?
No, I just
Somebody
moved
else
him.
moves him. Why'd you move him? Stop moving him. I'll have to take your control away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You better be. So how about that weather, though? What do you guys thought so far?
Do you mean on the campaign?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, pretty good. Best campaign I've done so far.
Oh, I'm sitting back now. You didn't miss me. What's happening?
We're waiting for you.
Oh.
You've entered into the room.
Yeah.
All right.
Why, hello again, Kayla.
Did she say who is it or come in?
Come in.
Come in.
Okay, you can come in then.
Did you not even realize?
I don't remember. That's what I was asking.
It would be a bit
Okay.
inappropriate of us to barge in a little bit.
Yeah, if she says who is it and you guys just walk in. Not a great second impression.
The first
All
one
right, you
went so
walk
well.
into what appears to be a very just simple house. There's a bed off to one side, sort of a kitchenette area. To the left-hand side of the room, the bed's to the right. There's a fireplace with a rug in front of it, and you see Kayla and Gregor sitting down at a table, just seeming to be drinking some tea.
Yeah, we were informed that you may have purchased some sun tier pedals. We're wondering whether you might still have some, and if we could inquire about buying some of them off you, if that's at all possible.
Roll a persuasion check. Just due to your current status with her as not very nice people.
Don't fail me now, I did 20.
Come on.
That's not terrible. It's a 12.
That succeeds. She turns towards you and says, "Sorry, did you say sun tier pedals?"
Yes, indeed, I did.
Yeah, I do remember buying some of those from Elder. Sorry, from Elron. Yes. She holds up her mug, tankard. I've been quite enjoying them.
Hmm.
They make a great tea.
Would you have any of them left, by chance?
I'm afraid not. This is the last batch that I managed to make from them.
Apparently, they've been drinking tea all day.
There was like 3 leaves, and she's had them for a day and a half, and she's quite enjoying this tea.
You wouldn't mind if we took some of your tea, would you?
Oh my.
She holds up her mug and just sort of points it towards you, and you can see there is a roll a perception check. All 3 of you.
What's wrong, Kane?
Just you and this woman don't get along, so
It's fine. It's a 14.
12.
Kane, as the one who talked to the druid, you might want to talk here because you know what state we need the leaves in more than
Jeremy,
we
did
do.
you roll a perception check?
I did.
What did you get?
I didn't say anything. I can tell you that much.
What did you get?
A 1.
Oh no. As you entered the door, unfortunately, you banged your head. Your eyes aren't working too good. She shows her mug towards you, and you can see there is some liquid in the bottom. But as she tilts it, you can see that it's barely enough to even cover the base of the mug.
Is that about all you have left?
Yeah, well, yes, it is. All I have left, I'm afraid. I quite enjoyed my tea.
You still
Oh,
have any of the petals that have been used in the tea, or they wasted after the tea's been made?
No, I'm afraid I crushed them and then I boiled them, and they sort of faded away.
I'm gonna roll an insight check.
All right, roll an insight check.
Oh yes, that's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 will reveal to you that she is telling the truth. When she boiled the leaves, they unfortunately did sort of shrivel up, and then the heat dissipated them, and all that was left was the stem of the leaf, which she has then since thrown out into her garden somewhere.
And she definitely has no more left.
She definitely has no more left. No more leaves and no more tea in her mug. Well, Gregor says, I think it's time for me to go. And as he steps away from the table, his hand. Actually, all 3 of you, what are your passive perceptions? It's 13, 13, 16?
Yep.
Yep.
All 3 of you see, as he sort of grabs his mug and sort of tries to hold it towards his person. And he starts walking towards you. Well, excuse me, gentlemen. I best retire for the evening.
Can we see in his mug?
Can you see in his mug? As you tower over him,
Yeah.
half bending for the weight of the roof, you can see very clearly in his mug there is quite a bit of liquid left in there.
He's not gonna make it easy on us. Can I reach out and grab him by the arm as he tries to walk by me?
Oh.
Okay, roll a. It's not athletics. It is
Not like
athletics. I
a
think.
full-on tug. I meant like just try and like stop him from walking.
That's still a roll, man.
Fine.
Roll.
I'm only
is
saying
it
that. I'm only saying that because
athletics, yeah.
Kane's reaction. The 6.
You reach out to grab him, but he's very small.
I just reach over his head and miss.
And you sort of just like gently give him a head pat.
I've forgot how halflings work.
But,
But-
sirs, I'm afraid
by
you're
any-
not going to let me leave. I'll have to get my hammer.
By any chance, is that a cup of said tea?
Why, yes, this is a cup of tea. What of it?
Is it to the same tea she has been drinking? The sun tier
Sun
pedal?
tier petals.
Yeah.
He turns towards you and just sort of shakes his head and goes, "No, this
Insight.
tea isn't the same."
I shall also roll
Do we
an
need an insight? He's clearly lying.
Yes. All right, roll insight with advantage. Because Jeremy's helping you. Oh, sorry.
I don't think
Boswell's helping
insight's something you can necessarily help with.
you.
21.
Okay,
Sure.
well, roll 2 different checks then. Okay, 21. You don't even need it.
Yeah.
He is very clearly. I'm so tempted to say telling the truth. He is very clearly lying.
Yeah, we got that at the no.
What type of tea is that then?
Oh,
Putting him on the spot. Are you going?
this is bristlebush tea.
Bristlebush tea, you say?
Yeah.
With the plants.
I pull out a gold and I sort of hold it out.
If you would be willing to let us take that, I can make it worth your while, dear sir.
Why do you want this tea anyway? He says to you. The gold, his eyes seem to be drawn to it, but he's not overly convinced.
Oh, I did mean.
Well, tea are made from leaves, and we suspect the leaves used to make the tea might be helpful in a herbal remedy that might help to save someone's life.
Whose life?
I'm afraid that's not something I am at liberty to discuss. But without it, he may not make it through the night.
He looks at you and just grabs his tea and starts to tilt it slightly as if motioning to pour it out. Well, then I'm afraid that I do not want to sell you this tea. It's quite nice, you see. It's the best thing I've ever drunk. I quite want this.
It's a
myself.
young lady we're trying to save.
Sorry, did you say a young lady? Roll a persuasion check.
God damn it, this guy.
Sorry,
In a deception.
Roll deception.
Deception.
Okay, alright.
10.
Yeah, his ears have perked up at the mention of a young lady, and Kayla behind him was just sort of shaking her head.
Isn't that right, Boswell?
Yes. Suppose, like I said, we can make it worth your while. How much is this gonna take?
He sort of looks at you and just sort of. His eyes start to cloud over. The perk that he had when mentioned a lady was to fade away as he thinks it over and goes, "This is for that bastard Osric, isn't it?"
How about you give us the tea, and I don't rend your head from your body?
I'm going to put my other hand on his shoulder.
There's no
On
need for that.
Gregor's shoulder or
No,
Chase's?
no, Chase's.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's no need for that.
I still roll to intimidate,
You can roll to intimidate, yeah.
just because I've already threatened him.
Sure. Roll with disadvantage because the hippo behind you is saying not to.
Ugh. The 9.
Oh, it doesn't look like it would have mattered anyway.
No.
He sort of looks at you and just goes, "Huh." And his wrist holding the tea seems to tilt even further. "Why should I save Osric?" he says. "That bastard hasn't done anything for any of us."
Well, I can't speak for what Osric has or hasn't done for you. So we can make it worth your while between us here, but I rather need Osric because he has something that might help save someone closer to me.
Well, all I say is that whoever did this done the village a favor. I'm not sure it's worth saving whatever you have.
Oh, I most certainly assure you that it is worth saving what I have. What you do with Osric after we leave, I can't control, but I need him alive At least to have a conversation.
Roll persuasion.
Four.
Oh,
He looks at you and just sort of goes, I'm afraid that's your business and none of mine. Now will you let me leave? At this point in time, Kayla has stepped forward and has actually grabbed the mug. Stop.
I didn't mean to touch him. I was trying to drag the camera. I'll put him back. It's fine.
Has grabbed the mug out of Gregor's hand and has stepped back, holding it out of a window. Depend is said here.
Now, what do you think you're
sorry,
doing?
1 second.
Yeah.
She grabs the mug and Gregor sort of looks at her and with a tilt of the head and an evident look of confusion. She stands back and holds her arm out the window with the mug there. I'm afraid if you do not let him leave, then you shall not have the leaf tea.
I will step aside and let Gregor leave.
All right. Bonk. Gregor steps out.
Does his awful whistling again?
Taylor, if you need me, call and I'll be back with my hammer. I can take these three. Alright, this leaves you three alone with Kayla with her arm out the window.
As we were saying before, we're willing to pay and make it worth your while. We just need to know, what will it take to get that tea?
5 gold. Oh, sorry. 5 gold pieces.
I shall pull 2 more out and offer 3.
I can offer this much of it. Do other of you have more that we can help?
Okay, definitely don't.
I can afford to give her 5.
8 total then. I would do it for 8.
Cheeky little thing.
I put 3 on the table.
Put my 5 on the table. She's a
Alright.
shrewd businesswoman, I'll give her that.
Kane, what are you currently focused on? Oh. Kane, what are you currently focused on? Ivor and Boswell stare away look away from her for
I'm
half a
keeping
second
my eyes on her
as
and
they
the cup.
place their coins. Alright, roll a perception check for me.
Oh no. 25.
Okay, you see as she she pulls the cup back towards herself. There's a flower on her windowsill, and she attempts to pull a petal off of it and put it in the mug.
Can
Roll a nature. Would it be nature for a flower?
Recalling information, it would be nature.
Yeah, recall information of nature. Roll a nature throw.
nature? I'm blind right here.
You have a +1. You have a +1 to fucking everything. You have no zeros. It's honestly ridiculous. I'm
Well,
tempted to
He's
change
an
stuff.
angel after
the
all.
+1 doesn't really help.
What'd you roll?
Well, if you put a 1 next to a 1, I get 2.
That one's still in that one.
On that
Yeah.
one, you stare at the flower, and it has a purple leaf, and you immediately think that it is the. I can't remember its name. The night sorrow.
Yeah. Say something.
I'm sorry, Boswell and Ivar have not seen any of this.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? That just sounded like my own voice, but okay.
That's fine, man.
Fine.
We'll work with it. She yelps back, startled, and the mug hits the windowsill, and some liquid splashes out. The petal that she put in appears to be just sitting on top of the mug, and she moves back towards you, and she says, "Well, I wasn't doing anything."
Then what is that pedal?
She says, "Well, it's just a flower petal."
Do we notice the pedal once that's been said?
You guys can notice the petal. Roll. Do you want to investigate the flower? I'm assuming.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go on insight.
Insight. Roll insight.
Inside 22.
As far as you can tell, she knows it's a flower. She knows it's a petal. Her intentions were definitely to put that petal into the drink.
Can I investigate what it is?
Sure. Roll an investigation.
8. God damn it.
It's a flower that you recognize from the forest, but you're not quite sure which flower it was.
Okay. Now, what would you be planning to do with that?
Well, she says, I added it for some flavor.
Okay, that's definitely not the most obvious poisoning attempt I've ever heard. Oh, don't worry, it's just for flavor.
Roll insight.
Yeah. I'll go +5.
Do you?
Uh-huh.
Alright, well, this should be a pretty easy throw then.
13.
You stare her down and her arm sort of quivers. She says, she just sort of pulls the mug towards her and places it on the table. 8 gold pieces, or I'll pour it out.
They're on the,
Osric has never done me any favors.
put the gold on the table.
Yeah,
did
but she's more
this
being
man
like,
do?
will she let you? Oh, you're asking her what she did?
What does this man do to deserve death, though?
I'm trying to think how to phrase this in a woman's tone.
Okay.
He demanded things of Gregor. All the farming equipment, he wanted it to be free. Of me, he belittled me and my garden, the things that I grow, the methods I use. He's incredibly rude, unhospitable, does not get along with anybody, accuses and yells and shouts unholy things at everybody in the village. Why should we try and save him?
Why should you kill him?
I have not.
Insight
Okay, roll insight.
16.
You can tell that one second, I'm gonna take a drink. My voice is kind of going from don't have voice.
Yeah.
You can tell that she isn't quite telling the entire truth, but she definitely didn't like lay hands on Osric or anything. Yeah.
But she's involved in some capacity, as far as we can tell.
I wouldn't necessarily say that from your insight check, but there's definitely bad blood. There's motive.
Hmm.
By not giving us that cup, you would be indirectly killing a man. Are you truly able to just let that go?
Persuasion.
Five.
She scoffs at you. I wouldn't be killing him. He's already on the way out. I heard it. By giving this to him, I would be helping him. That man has done nothing to deserve my help. She scoops up the gold. The tankard's still sitting there, but it's well within her reach more so than yours. And she puts the gold into an apron pocket. We really could use some music right now, huh?
Yeah. We get a bit of a standoff with her.
Some like intense background music.
Would it be a bad idea to punch her? Probably would be.
Yes.
Um,
You have your gold. Can we take that tea with us now?
Just like staring at her.
Hang on, let me check. All three of you notice her turn away and sort of like hide a sly smile before she turns back and oh my lordy lord! Oh, sorry, I lost my dice again. Sorry, before she turns back towards you and motions at the tea dismissively, patting her pocket where she put the gold. Now be gone!
I assume it's closer to Ivor.
Yeah, Ivor grabs it.
yeah, I'll grab it. I
Let's
suppose.
get that flour out of there, but keep it on you.
Alright. Is there
Don't
anything else
rush
you'd like
me.
to do in her house before you leave?
Is there anything I can notice just in her house?
Roll investigation.
5.
Her house is about what you'd expect from somebody like her, a farmer. There's some potted flowers around, some greenery, flowers in the windowsill. Her kitchenette has a pail of water. Her bed seems to be well made, looked after. Table clean. You can't notice anything amiss.
Okay.
Guess we'll be.
Alright, but this has taken you guys,
Hmm.
I'm going to say, roughly 30 minutes to an hour in this venture, with this standoff and just staring at each other.
Well, it was a lot of failed persuasion checks.
Yeah, I made the DCs hard, man. You guys have really good characters. You're going to have some hard DCs.
They have really good characters. I have an okay character.
Your character is good. Theirs are just really good. Alright, where are you guys going?
As we get out, I'm going to say to these two, you need to get that back to the druid as quick as possible. If that flour is poisonous, come let me know. I'm going to hang here and make sure that they don't do a runner, because I do not trust them.
Okay.
I suppose. Well,
We go.
So I'm going to hang here somewhere where I've got a line of sight on the house in case
Yep.
she tries to run.
alright, we'll knock on the door.
As you knock back into the Prancing Pony Inn, the druid Rena just sort of motions you in as the door's fallen open when you knocked on it. It was not properly shut. Well, come in then, boys.
How is he?
I'm afraid he's dead.
Oh.
She just rolled a nat 1 for a medicine check.
So she doesn't even know.
Can I double check then?
You can double check. Roll a medicine check. I'll tell you this, it's
He's-
going to be a higher DC than you'd
14.
expect.
He's currently breathing, and she's
You
like,
cannot tell if this man is dead or alive.
Okay.
We found the petals that you asked for.
I'm sorry, but why are they in a cup?
The person who had them made tea with them.
That is... I'm not going to lie to you, that is one of their main uses, but they're also known for having medicinal properties at bringing... They are the day to the night of the night sorrow. One would say.
You might want to be careful with that cup as well. The person who had it put some sort of leaf in it.
She grabs the mug off Ivor and stares into the cup, raising an eyebrow as she looks in there and goes, "Why has somebody put a velvet bloom in here?
A
A velvet bloom petal. Yes, velvet bloom. It grows deep in the forest, quite like the night sorrow, but it's quite benign. This flower is not going to do much." Alright, she takes the cup, picking out the velvet bloom leaf, and tries to feed it to Osric's mouth. And the liquid sort of dribbles out of the cup. And a little bit goes inside his mouth, but most of it sort of dribbles down his cheek and onto the bed underneath him.
Can I try casting guidance on her? If that will help with anything?
Guidance gives inspiration, no? What does guidance do?
It's a D4 to it
Yeah,
rolls, isn't it?
D4 to add to the number of rolled one ability check of its choice.
Alright, roll a d4.
It's okay.
Good.
4.
Oh, very
Four.
nice.
Her feeding of the drink seems to improve, and a lot more of it is ending up in his mouth now.
Okay.
But she turns back towards you and says, "I don't know if this will do much, considering he's dead. But we can definitely say we've tried."
Just in case I'm gonna cast Spare of the Dying on the guy.
Roll a medicine check, Ken.
I'm believing he's alive, and she's about to proclaim that we've just raised a man from the dead.
17.
Your spell does not appear to have any effect on
Oh.
him.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Let me just look at it a bit more. I mean, I'm just homebrewing it. I can't really click on anything. All it says is that it touches a living creature that has 0 hit points, and it becomes stable.
If
Yeah,
they're
so
di-
living
if they're
space,
if
wait,
they're dying,
an
there's
unconscious
stabilize them.
If they're long
Unconscious and
dead,
dying.
won't help.
If they're unconscious or dying, if they're dead, it does nothing, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
His spell has no visible effect.
Yeah, what doesn't help because it's either meaning he's alive or he's dead.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just hope your spell held some.
Hey, Ivar, do you want to roll a medicine check?
Yeah, I'll take a step forward and have a look.
Alright, give him a look. I just lost my die again.
Oh my god,
I
dude!
keep fiddling with it. It's fun.
I
roll
thought
with
I had
advantage.
ADHD.
Roll with advantage.
Nat 20.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh my
Okay.
fucking god. You know what? Give me half a second. I'm getting my die.
Okay.
Natural 20 on the fucking medicine check.
Yeah, well,
Clutch.
I had to get another nat 20 somewhere.
Hey, I lost it. It's gone. What?
It went to dice heaven.
Fuck are you?
The dice heaven. What? Under the desk?
I guess so.
That seems like dice heaven to me.
All right, Ivar.
Mhm.
You lean forward over the form of the man, Osric, who is lying in the bed, pale face and sullen.
Mhm.
eyes closed.
Mhm.
And how do you want to do this?
Wait,
How do you
what?
want to check? How do you want to check? He rolled a nat 20. I'm going to let him check.
He was killing him for a second.
I'm allowed to say, how do you want to do this more than one way, all right?
Can I give the man like a solid slap to the face to see if I can wake him up?
Oh, don't do that. You will kill
okay.
him then.
Roll to hit.
Oh.
Just a D20.
It has +6, I think, on arm strike.
Oh yeah.
+6.
12.
You slap him across the face. With quite a bit of force. And Rena just stares at you and goes, "What in the ever-living fuck?" And the form of Osric does not move.
Well, I tried.
You can from your graceful medicine technique, you can confirm the man appears to have died.
Damn it. So I rolled a nat 20 just to determine he's still dead.
No, you rolled on that 20 just to slap a man.
Yeah,
Slap
basically.
a dead man.
You didn't know if he was dead or alive yet. No, you've confirmed it.
Yeah, we
He is no longer with the living.
As far as I know, I just watched Chase kill a man.
He was already dead.
There's no way I killed him with that.
If
Sorry, that was the best way I could confirm it.
Is it?
Rena just sort of stares at you and in just basically utmost shock.
It's how they treated us in the military.
That's how I'm gonna look at him as well, in complete shock.
Before just shaking her head and running past you, basically. Just like walking past you, shrugging your shoulder on the way out, shaking your head still, as she disappears down the stairs.
It's how they treated us in the military. She wouldn't understand. You just gonna leave me?
Alright, you're left in the room with a dead man you just slapped.
I feel like everyone's kind of upset with me.
Is that where you guys want to leave it for the night? I feel like that's a pretty good place to leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright.
Kane has just gone downstairs and is just like sitting at the bar like, what the fuck?
No,
Who
I'm
is this
heading
guy?
out towards Boswell.
Oh, okay, you're heading out towards Boswell. You're still in the tavern though. Alright.
Yeah.
There we go. Session 1. That was something.
Well, honest opinions, DM.
I mean, I thought that went really well.
Really happy with it. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna end streaming.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
might do the
sure
same.
what I'm doing with my character at the minute.
That's fine. It's episode 1. You'll figure it out as you go, man. I think you did quite a good job. I think everybody did quite a good job.
Oh,
That
I
was
wanted-
5 hours of D&D.
I did want to get across that he's quite rough around the edges, and I think I managed that at least.
Trust me, you got that across.